bandits, attacking an airport. Mercy, if the bandits, had all the leeway to just enter the airport with all of the security, I don't know, went to the tarmac, and how possible, is that really? How could they just enter the airport and attack an airport as secure, supposedly secure, as an airport should be? Bandits. I think we should just call them what it is. I would say the airport was actually a
situation, or with this attack that happened, it just ridiculed our security, status as a country, and that's what really played out. And the fact that, bandits can breach the perimeter, some people are asking that, do we have a perimeter fencing, at the airport? I mean, I haven't been to Kaduna, airport, so I can't categorically state, but the fact that, this bandit can actually cross, beat the security details and get into, the runway, it calls for a lot of concern. And so that's it. Some people are saying at this point, we shouldn't be calling this category of persons bandits. This is a terrorist attack.
Terrorists.
And what happened when this information was put out? Because I was following, I was on top of the situation. When I saw the news at first, there were a lot of disclaimers. Some people said it was fake news up until on the 26th. Today's the 28th. So you have, I'll quickly just run through, this update that was put out by the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, saying that it was a press release that was put out, and it says update on bandit attack Kaduna Airport. The Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria regrets to state that a group of bandits attacked the runway axis of Kaduna. Aviation Security Department swiftly intervened for rescue operation with one casualty reported in the incident. I mean, so it therefore means that someone was actually killed. Very sad. I mean, Nigerian Defense Academy is on ground to ensure safety and security of the airport workers and users as well. Now, this is actually an update that was put out by, FAN on the 26th of March. And so 27, 28. So, you know what we're talking about now. But it constantly brings us to everything that we keep talking about. And so we feel it's a joke. Security is very important. We have seen how it's not just all hands must be on deck. But if we call this group of persons bandit, I mean, look at the fact that they recovered motorbikes. That means that you understand the means of transportation that these persons actually use. I think that we've been very careless about the issue of security.
Mercy, we have us, as it were. It is really mind-boggling, because I don't understand. An airport should be one of the most secure places of all, because that's like an entry and exit point. People come in and go out of a particular state. It's like the first port of call to either a country or a state. So it should really be secure and heavily armed and all of that. But when bandits invade, Kaduna Airport is not just a local airport, it is an international airport, I want to believe. But when things like this happen, you just wonder as if we don't know what we are doing, as if we are bereft of knowledge, or we don't want to do the right thing. You get.
Justin, so you talked about the fact that we're not putting our money where our mouth should be. I mean, so you're saying that, money might probably be an issue. Maybe we're not spending enough in terms of that necessarily is a point, to some extent. But the issue here, this has gone beyond, calling this person's bandit. This is a pure, terror attack.
It's a terrorist attack.
It's a pure terror attack.
Worry about if they're going to be attacked by so-called bandits.
So, I mean, it's from the foundation. It's the fact that I feel like we have been very careless. I don't feel like it shows in our action. The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Section 14, would stipulate that security and protection of the lives and welfare of the citizen, paraphrasing, not necessarily, verbatim, is the concern of government.
Yes, it is.
And there's no excuse whatsoever. This is not the point where we begin to hear, oh, I'm not in charge of the security architecture of the state. I'm not in charge of whatever, all of the excuses that we make. But we need to, put our foots down. It's gradually unbecoming. And, we're just joking with it. And one day it becomes a menace for us. Now we're talking about bandits having the guts, to step into an international airport. But we need to move away, because we have other trending topics.
Because if we just keep on talking about it, you'll just keep on sounding like a broken record, because it's the same issues that we keep on having and talking about all the time. But also in the news, something that'll put a bit of smile to my face, at least, when I don't have to bother about security.
Justin, don't come on me this morning. Oshodi is where Oshodi is.
Excuse me. He was in Lagos, and he visited Oshodi Underbridge, the popular Oshodi Underbridge, or Oshodi Isale in the local parlance. And he played chess with children. It was all smiles. Mercy, he was at Oshodi Isale.
So why do you make it look like, we just had it?
No, Oshodi is,
No, it's fantastic. Okay, but calm down now.
Okay,
I
I'm
understand.
calm.
I understand us in Nigeria having a great time.
Yes.
And I like the fact that, when I saw the videos actually popping up and I saw the pictures, there was a little bit of a blend. You could blend into the system. You could see him. He could pass for a Nigerian. You never can tell until you're being told that that's Patrice. Yeah. And so, yes, that's a beautiful one. Great story.
It is about the slums, the hoodlums attacks, and of course all of the vices that come out of there. But over time, we've been getting to hear and see, wonderful, bright, inspiring stories coming out from Oshodi, and indeed the slums, and it is something very, 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 very cheering. Yeah. He was in a video where he supposedly, made his intention to run, although it's actually been argued whether he actually said he...
conditions that are put out, you're not a criminal, and that can be proven and what have you, even though that's also a conversation for another day, right? But everyone has a right to declare, say, hey, I want to become you have a right to vote and be voted for. That's how the Constitution puts it. So yes, if Governor Nyesom Wike decides to, declare his intention to become president, he's acting within his constitutional right, and that's he calls, it doesn't really call for any kind of buzz, because you can also say, hey, I want to become president. Transpired, he was in Benue State, Makodi to be precise, for whatever the event was, and he was asked a question. What will you do differently to change, the narrative in the country? This is paraphrasing, because you have been challenging and being very critical of the things that are going. And that's when he mentioned the fact that, this is what it is, but he's declaring to become a president of Nigeria. And he's doing this in this state because he has a relationship, with Benue people, or with the state. And then that's when he stated that. So in the bid to actually answer a question is when he said it. And he said it's the first time he's making, this statement, or making such intention. It's something that he was been nursing in his mind, and he's been hearing a lot of, rumors and all of that. But he was saying it, for the very first time in Benue State. So I'm hoping again and again. But so like I said, fingers are crossed. We see how all of this, pans out. And prior to this time, let's not forget that we have a lot of people. So many other persons that we have said, are making intentions or have plans of coming in as president. Some people say, oh, they have really not declared, but gradually we're seeing that things are unfolding. But we're here to watch this space and, of course, bring you up to speed with what's making the rounds across board.
People who have pedigree, people who have the interest of... And when we come back, we'll go straight to the dailies and see what the papers are saying this morning. In a moment, we'll be right.
Affairs analyst, he joins us in no time. Good morning. Also, top stories of our national dailies this morning. Looking at the banner caption for The Punch, it says, new National Working Committee, APC inaugurates appeal panel Tuesday, and PDP says Adamu has fraud charges. Co-contestants await refunds. Senate to declare Adamu's seat vacant. Transform APC ahead of 2023 polls, Gbajabiamila tells the new National Working Committee. Now, PDP mocks ruling party, says new chairman, 328 billion naira deduction in April. January, February, fuel subsidy payment hits 430 billion. That's a lot. You also have federal government's borrowing from CBN rises by 96.54% from the Central Bank of Nigeria. And still looking at The Punch, you also have another caption saying, Wike declares presidency bid and knocks Atiku Saraki orders. This is making the rounds. It was also part of our top trending conversation. Lassa fever death hits 123,000, and CDC worries over, the increase of Lassa fever deaths. OAU protests interference in varsity autonomy, says ASU. OAU protests, interference in varsity autonomy, says ASU. It's another story. Let's quickly look at this. Airport invasion, stop pampering terrorists. OK State Police, Afeni Ferry tells the federal government. And 2 detained suspects excrete 165 wraps of cocaine. Australia, China-bound drugs seized. These are some of the headlines you find here this morning on the Punch newspaper.
Right away from the Punch, up next is the Nation newspaper. The main story this morning, Buhari is saying APC now set for victory. With a story on the red strip just below that caption, Nikon court orders committal proceedings against AMCON MD and others above the masthead. Southeast OK zoning of PDP ticket to the south. With the rider, Wike joins presidential race. All right, just beside that story, how US-based RCCG pastor emerged song. Sanu Nasir begins strike. Those are the stories you can find on the front page of the Nation newspaper this morning.
Away from the Nation, we quickly take a look at the Leadership newspaper. For us, the caption says, President Muhammad Buhari absolves Adamu, says ex-PDP members in APC have repented. Interesting. 2023 Southeast PDP backs Southern governors on zoning. That's what you find. New APC chairman still face trial over 15 billion naira fraud. Chancellor seek virtual learning in universities. And SEC raises concern over 170 billion naira unclaimed dividends. Just before we move away from this, you find federal government committed to a better Nigeria, job creation. The vice president is quoted on this. And the governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, declares for president in Makurdi. Governors seek $15 billion investment in Dubai. Really? Okay, expert harp on fiscal discipline to stabilize the Naira. These are some of the headlines you find on the Leadership.
All right, then to the International Convention on Saturday, 2022 presidential election. Jonathan gives presidency condition to join APC. Tinubu Group kicks against consensus presidential ticket. More stories on the front page of the Daily Independent. Wike declares to contest for president, vows to tackle insecurity. 2023 election, I'll ask Tinubu to step down for me. Okorocha is quoted on that one. Mobile selling assets without telling us is irresponsible, Akwa Ibom government. On the red strip below, I'm the kind of person Nigeria needs for president, Peter Obi says. The Kaduna Airport attack, federal government has conceded sovereignty to terrorists that attributed to the People's Democratic Party, alleges Buhari feedles while Nigeria burns. Renew your faith in APC, Adamu tells party faithful. Assures on reconciliation. Open Door administration says APC-led federal government has surpassed previous administrations. Those are all of the stories you can find on the front page of the Daily Independent newspaper.
All right, we're now being joined by Okunabo Nkataria, who's a public affairs analyst. Once again, thank you for joining us, Okunabo Nkataria.
Thank you, Nathan.
All right, let's start off with the Punch newspaper this morning. Looking at the top caption, it talks about the new National Working Committee. Of course, the APC had her convention on the 20th.
You have conventions, of course, you set up panel where as these parties will go to ventilate their dugars. That's why you have their field panel. But in this particular case, it's just going to be an academic exercise because you have the consensus candidate. And what the other candidates are asking for is just a report. They want the report. A particular candidate said he spent over 300 or 500 million naira campaigning for support. And his body language obviously shows that he wasn't really happy with the decision. It was as if they were coerced into this consensus candidate matter by President Buhari. And it calls to worry. You know? I wonder why Buhari laws hasn't ensured for the foreigners. Campaigning for support would have spent so much money, and at the last minute you now ask him to step down. That is very unfair, very undemocratic. But what will they do? And this will cause some level of disaffection. Those that are disillusioned will definitely either play anti-party or leave the party for another party, because they are really, really not happy that not just because of Adamu, but because of this process, the way he met, the last minute imposition. It's more or less an imposition. The last minute imposition of Adamu on the party. A lot of people are definitely not happy with it. And this might cause some level of schism in the party. I see a lot of them defecting in the next couple of weeks, or a lot of them playing anti-party. Then on the issue of the charges, fraud charges, well, these are indictments, but is only found guilty when a court of law pronounces him guilty. For now, there are mere indictments, there are mere charges. Have they been substantiated? That's another issue. But the APC is seized of all these facts and would have taken under advisement these facts and other variables before presenting as that. Probably he has this unique selling proposition. He has this ability in their thinking. Anyway, I don't know how true that is. I cannot attest to the veracity of that. But probably they have this belief that Adamu has what it takes to navigate the party to success in the 2023 general election. It was probably based on that conclusion. Otherwise, the party is seized of all these allegations and many more that we'll be hearing very soon, because they are now emerged.
All right, I don't want us to dwell on that ABC, because we will delve into it much later on the show. But let's talk about other issues that sprung up on the Punch newspaper, or other stories as it is. You know, what are your thoughts concerning the Rivers State governors?
Well, anyway, I don't have a problem with Wike in Messi. I mean, it is his constitutional right to vie for any office in the country, unless there is an infraction, you know, that will probably prohibit him from contesting. Otherwise, it is constitutional right. But if you don't know for about 7 years, and his rule is draconian, you know, he might be a victim. He will shut it down. If you criticize him, he will shut it down. Really, Rivers State was invaded by his, he doesn't have that charisma. He doesn't have that candor. Told you, but you might probably be one of the first victims. And I don't think we have one.
No, but at this point in time, you know, with the issue, because usually you have a lot of people saying, you know, the electorate would be the one to decide. And so all of that decision should be taken, should be done.
I said Opunabo, Messi, I said Opunabo if you have to.
Okay.
And I gave you my reason.
To the issue of food. So there's this report saying that bread prices may go up, and for those who are actually a great fan, or I mean who really enjoy eating bread, it might just be difficult for them now, because the bakers are lamenting that forex and energy issues are really affected, and so the cost of bread might just be on the high. I wonder how much a loaf of bread would actually go for at this point in time.
So what is the question? Because it's normal, the prices of things go up every day in this country. So I don't know why that should make any headline. Yes, bread is, I think the big loaf is about 700 naira now. I strongly believe that before Buhari leaves office in 2023, a loaf of bread will cost about 2,000 naira. If it doesn't, I'll be very much surprised.
So the question... so the question here is the issue...
We run a rudderless government, a government that does not even know how to address the economy. In terms of economic security, it will be about 2,000 naira for a loaf of bread. It's unfortunate, but that is the country we find ourselves. That is the kind of leadership we have. Leadership that is quite insensitive to the plight of Nigerians, just thinking of itself, you know. And what do you expect? Nothing good can come out of this government. Nothing good. In the last 7 years, it has been, if I say it now, it's okay, wasteful. I wanted to use a particular word, but I'm on air. It has been wasteful. So what you cannot achieve in 7 years, is it going to achieve in just 1 year? And the political horses have started. The whole thing now will be about politics. It's no longer economy. That is what is going to happen. So let us just endure and pray that we are going to have a leader that will be there in the image of Nigeria, that will be responsible and responsive.
All right, let's move away from the Punch newspaper. There's some very interesting stories.
Mercy, I'm very sorry. I know you love bread. Sorry.
No, I don't.
Oh,
Unfortunately.
you don't? Okay.
There are very interesting
All right.
stories on the Daily Independent, lots of them making headlines. Inadequate revenue collection weakens Nigeria's debt profile. Another interesting one there, 2023.
Jonathan, for now, one is informed as to his political inclination. At the point, the air was suffused with the rumor of Jonathan defecting to the PDP, that there were overtures to him. And he has been silent on that, really silent on that. In fact, when the Bauchi State governor visited him, he said something like, well, I'm still thinking. I'm talking about when the Bauchi State governor visited him to declare his intention, you know. So I believe right now that Jonathan is still eyeing the presidency. He still wants to go back to Asua, but does not really know how to go about it. That is my conviction right now. And now he's giving APC conditions. What are the conditions? Probably he wants to emerge as a consensus candidate. He doesn't want a situation where he will be biased to the primaries. And so if you say I should come and be the presidential candidate of the party, then I don't need any other competitor. I want to be the sole candidate. I think that is the kind of arrangement they have. I can't say for fact what it is, but I think that's the kind of arrangement they have. And I believe that that is a condition is also given to Mr. President, because they say it's Mr. President that is actually making this overture to Jonathan. And not because they love Jonathan. No, not really. It's simply because they want the South to continue, Jonathan to continue the tenure of the South and let it go back to the North. Not that they love it, not at all.
Let us do some permutation right now. What do you really see happen if we have like a Jonathan presidency come 2023?
What will happen is
Some level of acceptance, and what would his presidency mean eventually, even if he does win?
Well, if he emerges as a candidate, probably the North will use its numerical strength for its own selfish reasons to ensure that he wins the general election. So that after 4 years, it will revert to the North. It's only on that premise that the North will support it, not that they love it. And of course, because it's a South-South man, it also gets to get the sympathy of those from the South-South. Although a lot of us are not really happy with it, because in years as president, 6 years or thereabouts, we really never benefited anything from Goodluck Jonathan. That much he admitted when he visited River State and apologized that he did nothing for the South-South. So a lot of us will have some misgivings, will have some doubts as to his level of performance. But he promised then that if re-elected, he was going to perform. But I believe if Jonathan emerges, there is a possibility of him emerging as the president of the country is quite high. He will have a better chance because the North will throw its weight behind it. When I mean the North, I mean the APC people and most of the... to score Jonathan, I'll just say 50-60%. Score Buhari, 10%. Jonathan, 50%. So you can do the thinking yourself, what 50% means. It's definitely not going to be the economy. Never, it's not going to be the economy. Just 50%. Trying to study the economy has been so damaged. Even while he was there, yeah, we agree, the economy was far much better than what it was now. But it would have been a lot better than it was when it was there. That's the truth about it. So if he gets back to Asua with the level of experience and so on, let's say about 50%, and whoever will succeed it will take it to about 70-80%. Of course, they can't have about it.
Okay, just before we move away from the Punch now, as we coast the conversation down, it's a report from the Central Bank of Nigeria, that's the CBN, saying that Nigeria spends $39.66 billion on foreign education and medical tourism. How do we get these monies to remain in our country?
It's simple. It's simple. Prudence. Prudence in terms of fiscal management, wisdom. But then, for example, how do you expect, if the president himself, that is supposed to lead by example, is constantly in UK on medical treatment? What do you expect other members? When you have the House National Assembly members, you have the ministers, you have the governors, you have the commissioners, you have the advisors, you have the local government chairmen, and so on. So what do you expect? That's the capital flight. In terms of education, well, unless for those who have scholarship, state scholarship, so to speak, the bulk of the sum comes from private individuals. They send their kids abroad. Those that are off campus, they renew the house rent. Yes, we have strikes then, because it was in the early 90s, in these 80s and early 90s. We had the strikes then, but it wasn't as bad as it is right now. And our leaders are not bothered at all, because they have the money, even if it's 100,000 naira to $1, they will pay. They have it. Even if it's 500,000 naira to $1, all they do is increase on their skill, stealing skill. It's as simple as that. If they are stealing with red biro, they steal with green biro now. If the green biro fails, they steal with brown biro. If it fails, they steal with blue gold biro. It's something like that. So they are not bothered. So they are not interested in the educational system. Otherwise, what does it take to address the issues that ASUU have raised? Nothing. We are talking of ASUU. You're giving how many millions of dollars to, is it Afghanistan or whatever country? That is ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. But no one is saying you don't have the money to address the ASUU challenge. That's completely unacceptable. Whatever, it was the first lady who said that they don't even have needles in ASUU Rock hospital, clinic. And every year, money is budgeted. What are they doing with the money? It's boils down to corruption. And at the end of the day, the boss stops at the president's table. He looks the other way. Why they feel the treasury dry? He cannot absorb it. The people say the man is not corrupt, his lieutenants are corrupt. If the head is rotten, the body will be rotten. He takes the credit. If the economy is good, he takes the credit. If it's bad, he takes the blame. So he cannot extricate himself for whatever it is. So it boils down to synopsis, it boils down to bad leadership. We must put our health sector right, we must put our educational sector right, and to a very large extent, that will reduce the tourism we are talking about.
All right, Opunabo, let's slide to the Nation newspaper now. This issue of zoning is still resounding. The way it's captioned here, Southeast OK zoning of PDP tickets to the South. What are your thoughts, really, Opunabo?
I don't understand when they say Southeast. Is it to the South? I feel that because you still have a lot of people from the Southeast contesting. I want the PDP, I don't know if that's a statement from the PDP or if it's a conjecture. I strongly doubt that. But let's watch and see. I don't really have the facts, and I will not want to pontificate on that.
All right, then. We still go back to the Punch newspaper, and that's because there's a lot of interesting headlines this morning on the Punch. It says state government sinks deeper as NNPC plans 328 billion naira deductions in April. There's a lot of trouble.
I didn't get that.
So I'll take that again. It says state governments sink deeper as NNPC plans 328 billion naira deductions in April.
You know, we have states that do not generate funds. They depend on federal allocation. And this federal allocation, definitely the bulk of it comes from NNPC. And so when NNPC deducts this money, it affects their revenue. So a lot of states might not even be able to pay salaries. I'm not talking about capital projects because most of them, even if you give them $1 billion a month, all they will do is have bank accounts and do nothing. I don't want to mention the states anyway. But the truth about it is that they are worried. And they are worried because the IGR in most states is laughable. Not because it cannot be increased. It can, but just in inertia, indolent. The governors are not bothered. At the end of the day, they are going to get, at the end of the month, they are going to get money from the federal government, and that is enough. They don't even pay salaries. There is no development so far in their state. So, if NNPC, for example, the state gets about 2 billion naira every month, and NNPC decides to make such huge deduction, that state might get about 500 million naira. So that's just enough for the government to steal. Not enough to do any other project. Just for the government to steal. That's all. And that's why they are worried.
Well, so I'm hoping that, you know, with this kind of narrative, I mean, the same way we still have been operating, couldn't we have considered this, you know, during the constitutional review? Shouldn't this have been a case that should have been proposed, talking about the amendment of the Constitution? So, you know, some states can be allowed to harness the natural resources in their states and also generate revenue without having to be dependent, you know, on the revenue that accrues from, you know, oil.
I agree with you, Mercy. I completely agree with you. It's actually a principle in the presidential system of government where you have the centripetal system. What you operate right now is the centripetal system from top to bottom. That is wrong. It ought to be from bottom to top, you know. And that is what a lot of us clamored for. And we've been clamoring for years. I remember as far back as 2002, 2003, on Kakaki, the sister station, for close to about 4 or 5 years. You know, it was one major issue we carried on our heads, the president of the South. But then the federal government will not agree. Are we actually practicing presidential system of government? We are not. We are practicing quasi-presidential system of government. Because the presidential units have to be quasi-autonomous. And they have to control their resources and pay money, taxes to the center. That is how it is done anywhere in the world. That is the acceptable standard. But yeah, no. And that is because the Constitution was handed over to us by the military, the dictator, and that mindset, that thinking. You know, if you remember this land use decree, it was brought by, addressed by this, the former president of Obasanjo when he was a military head of state. So we inherited most of these laws. Unfortunately, our legislators, I don't know why they have failed to address this issue. But you know why they will not address the issue? I will tell you. Because right now, the nation depends on oil. And the oil comes from the south. And the numerical strength belongs to the north. The north is a major beneficiary of this oil revenue. So they will definitely kick against it. We don't have the numerical strength, even though that so-called numerical is fraudulent. I doubt it. But we don't have it because you go to both parts in the north, you have 1 tree here, you have one house here, the next house is 100 miles away, and all the flowers and trees and grasses. But let's leave that for another day. So I doubt the numerical strength. But based on that, because the allocation of formula is also partly premised on it. So they will not agree. Otherwise, we ought to control our resources and pay taxes to the center. That is how it is done, even in the United States of America, which is the native place of modern-day presidential system of government or democracy.
All right, Opunabo, before we let you go, let's talk about the invasion that happened over the weekend in Kaduna. Daily Independent has a story on that with the caption, Kaduna Airport attack. Federal government has conceded sovereignty to terrorists. That's according to the PDP. They're alleging that Buhari is fiddling while Nigeria burns. What are your thoughts generally concerning that particular attack at the Kaduna Airport, and how do you really think that could actually be restored?
It's a sad development. Our president is on a long sojourn in the land of condom and indiscretion. I can tell you the man is not bothered. He's tired. He's not even interested. We've been treating these criminals with kid gloves. For us to even label for this Boko Haram terrorist or whatever, it took how many years? This is Mr. One president, even before he was the president, that of arms and ammunition, funds and so on. And so they want to come back into the society to get more funds and also initiate space. It's a sad development. The federal government, I must be honest with you, in terms of terrorism, the federal government has failed woefully. And not because he doesn't know what to. Okay, look at Buratai, for example. The present service chiefs said they cannot find the arms and ammunition Buratai said he bought. They said so. The National Security Advisor confirmed the corroborated that school. What happened? Buhari congratulated him for a job badly done by appointing him an ambassador, insulating him from any form of prosecution. Obviously, he was going to end terrorism within 6 months. We are talking of 7 years. What has happened? Nothing. So the problem is with Mr. President. Don't blame the service chiefs. What are you going to blame them for? It is one thing that if, for example, Buratai and his wife had been punished, it will have served as a deterrent. It will have served as Buratai time was a complete disaster. The present service chiefs are even better. That time was a complete disaster. And they are rewarded with a pastoral appointment. What a shame. We are going to continue to have this problem until this man leaves up. Then I think a new president who is sincere, who is there, who is going to be an image of Nigeria, who will oath to protect life and property sincerely, will come and address this issue. I don't think President Buhari will forever contain this, but because
he's a public affairs analyst and he joined us live from Abuja. We do appreciate your time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Okay. Thank you, Okunoba, for being part of the show. We appreciate it.
All right, we'll take a break from that. We'll go back this day in history and see what happened. And when we come back, we'll be doing our first set of conversations. Stay with us.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Welcome back. It's still The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa, and we are starting with our first conversation for the day. Now, after days of negotiations and disagreements, the preferred candidate of President Muhammadu Buhari for the position of the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, was ratified as the new party chairman late Saturday night. The ratification of Adamu and other members of the incoming National Working Committee and zonal leaders of the party was part of activities at the convention of the party, which commenced on Saturday and ended in the early hours of Sunday at the Eagles and Risk APC Convention Planning Committee. Good morning. I think Julie Johnson is joining soon. We must say congratulations on the convention which held over the weekend.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me again. It has been a tough night. We thank God we had a successful convention. It's been all week long, busy, trying to put things in place, programming, convention ground, security, I give it to our accreditation committee who has done a very good job in terms of, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah, I was just going to ask you how successful as you have put it now, because it's been days, months, or even more than a year of issues with the APC, and finally March 26 came and the convention held. But would you really say that all the internal wranglings have been put under control with this particular convention? Would you say that it is uhuru for the All Progressives Congress yet?
I will quickly say that it's been done and dusted. We have moved forward. There is nothing to discuss about, issues here and there. He called on the Nigerian media to report what is going on in the party, to find out what is going on. We employ media, Nigerian media especially, to place, get to the secretariat and get the direct information. Our party is one. We are one now. It's not easy to have, with the 2020 electoral law, it's not easy to have, a consensus candidate, despite the fact that we have election in other, positions that, winners were declared. It's not easy. So it shows that we have unity in our party. We are one big family, and we are doing everything to ensure that, we give the Nigerian state a good governance. So there's no issue in our party right now. We are one. Up until last night, I was on the field, and, when I was called for this interview, in fact, it was a very, very, tight one for me, but because of the respect I have for the stations, I have to be here. So we have no issue in our party. We are doing very well. The convention is off the table now. We are just moving forward. We are looking forward, and we give thanks to God, give thanks to President Muhammadu Buhari, and the national chairman has started on a solid rock. So we are moving forward, extremely moving forward. So that's what I see. So there's no issue in our party. We are forging ahead.
All right, thanks for the opening salvo. But we'll come back to the APC and the way forward. But we also have joining this conversation Jide Johnson. He's the chief lecturer at the Nigeria Institute of Journalism, NIJ. Thanks for joining us. Also, Jide Johnson. Good morning to you.
Good morning to be with you, and good morning with our viewers, and also with my co-panelist. It's a pleasure to share this platform.
All right, merci.
Okay, so Jide Johnson, it's good to have you join us this morning on the show.
Yeah, Mercy, it's a pleasure to be with you.
So let's take it off from this point. We remember the time where the issue, we remember a time where the issue was with Section 82, subsection 3 of the Electoral Act, and also Section 84, subsection 9 of the Electoral Act, talking about stipulating written consent of all candidates. I mean, if you get to a point where you say there should be a consensus, and we saw all of the signatures that were put out there. Do you still see anyone being disgruntled or any defection after this time out?
Well, it's purely for us to see that, but time will tell. This is just the first of the litmus tests that the party will face. The litmus test comes with the primaries for selection of candidates for various offices across the nation for 2022 election. It was evidently clear, like Mr. Shinowa said, it's looking at the provisions of the Electoral Act, and its APC, to its credit, that has applied the Electoral Act in its convention. That was said this Saturday. So when you look at the stringent provisions for consensus agreement, you see that for the National Chairman Office, there was a letter written on behalf of other aspirants by Senator George Akume. Whereas for the National Secretary position, we saw party members because the consensus arrangement was not, consensus arrangement means consent. It was not one leader too. Someone came up and said, no, I'm not stepping down. For the youth leader, someone came up and said, I'm stepping down, and started in terms of the organization overall. I'm not too sure that they will be happy with the general aesthetics of the convention, because we are told when you're watching in terms of the logistics, in terms of the arrangement, in terms of the timing. I think that they can do better, and I'm sure they will learn their lessons from what we witnessed on Saturday till Sunday morning.
All right, Mr. Shinowa, now let's still talk about, Jide just mentioned about the aesthetics of the party now, but I just want to find out, with the aftermath of the Congress and all, would you say that all members, as it is, are really happy with the process involved? Although before now, some people felt like it was more like an imposition. What are the feelers that you are getting so far?
There's nothing like that in position, like what my dear brother and friend, Mr. Jide said, you can see letters from other candidates, willingly, complying with the Electoral Act, voluntary withdrawing from the elections. And some of them, where we have a consensus of PDP, so we thank God for that. So convention issue right now, is, done and dusted, it's gone. So we are forging ahead. We have a very limited time to conduct our primaries and, submit our name on before July 4. So a lot on our plate right now to do that, to look at any side of attraction or anybody talking or anybody feeling, we're still on field, some contentious issues like, people who want to contest an election, like women leader, they voted and a winner emerged. So there's all those people talking from one thing or the other. These are just side attractions. And if you're a busy personality, you don't look at side attraction. You focus on what you're doing and you forge ahead. So I can assure you, APC has conducted one of the best conventions ever in this country, and we'll continue to forge ahead. We won't look at, all the naysayers, all the, hula baloo from anybody. So we want to forge ahead, and we've done that. We thank God all our officers have been sworn in. Some of them will resume office today under the leadership of Governor Abdullahi Adamu. If you remember, we'll discuss about Senator Abdullahi Adamu. He's one of the credible leaders of our party. Party administration is different from governance. So it requires a lot of political history, wisdom, and sometimes, wealth of experience to manage different diversity within a larger party like ours. So there's I want us to focus on, the future. You don't hear or look at people saying this is not right, this is the, we have to move ahead. That has been, that has been taken over, off our table. So convention is gone, and we are looking for the next 4 years to conduct another one. So we are good to go on our primaries.
Well, but let's also look at some of the concerns. I mean, this is the ruling party that you're talking about, and I'm sure that's why Nigerians are very concerned. And of course, the conversation would continue to go on. Just before we bring in Jide Johnson, a strong issue that the PDP has actually raised concern is that the PDP has said that the Adamu, that's the chairman, has fraud issues. And of course, we know that for sure fraud charges that's been put out, especially by this government, looking at the sum of 14 billion naira, 15, some quarters would say. So how does your party intend to, manage all of this, and how do you react to this?
You know what? Anybody can distinguish Senator. Distinguished Senator Ucheo, I don't remember his name, the PDP national chairman. He was a senator. He had a case with him when he was a senator. When he was a BOT chairman of PDP in 2003. These are allegations, and these are, they call it prognosing in local language. Why can't he face, the Article issue, the Tamboa issue, the Saraki, and the rest of them? Yesterday, their money bag, Wike just declared that he's running for election, and he's going to bench all of them in their 70s. Why can't he face that? Why is he looking into a successful party like us, a man that, has led a very successful state like Nasarawa, is a senator, is the chairman of our reconciliation committee? Why is he looking at that?
Maybe the reason that he's looking at that is because for a party as the APC, which is a ruling party, and on the premise that, the party has been looked at, you talk about the issue of integrity and credibility. And so for a political party, and if the president is going to have a consensus candidate, and if the party would be having any candidate, wouldn't it be good to have anyone not having any of the skirmishes or, fraud issue allegation on the side? You have someone, for the status of the party, as one would say. Maybe it's on that premise that this issue has been put out.
These are allegations. I'm going to pick from your words. I'm a student of English, and I will continue to learn English, despite the fact that it's not my mother tongue. Allegations. Anybody can say, Dr. Oshinowo, you stole this car, you take me to court. You have to prove it in court, beyond reasonable doubt. If you are saying 13 billion, 50 billion, 100 billion, you take it to court and prove it. They can also petition. I think the man is right now, his father is the owner of the party. The governor of Rivers State, His Excellency. So he should face all those things, all those inch in his party. You said allegation. Why would I discuss allegation? If you fire Adamu, if a competent competent jurisdiction find Senator Adamu guilty, then we can discuss it. Right now, these are allegations.
And for the image, everyone is looking at the image of the party, and one will wonder that the APC would rather go for
the image has nothing to do. It's a mere allegation. I can say this, my friend here stole his wristwatch. I have to prove it in court. It's going to be, it's going to be out of place for me to say he's a thief. So these are mere allegations. Look at Governor Obiano. He was arrested at the airport. He was brought to the EFCC. He was questioned, but the rest has to be, domiciled in the court of law to prove otherwise. So it doesn't affect the image of the party in any way. Most of them in the PDP has 1 or 2 cases. I'm with that they stole this.
Well, let's bring in Jide Johnson. Let's bring in Jide Johnson. He's still on standby. Jide Johnson, how would you react to this issue? The issue of, fraud has been alleged. You have the PDP saying, hey, this is it. You have the national chairman, a consensus candidate of the APC, with a fraud allegation. And this is, a party where the mantra is fighting corruption. And one would think that if you're going to have a candidate, then you would look for one without any of this allegation.
The records are in the public domain. They are there in the public domain. They are there online. Can be assessed with my view to respect to APC fighting corruption. It's deception of the highest order. I've said this as far back as 2015, that it's deception of the highest order that the APC should be saying to fight corruption. 1. Then 2, for people to try to distinguish between PDP and APC. I've also said it's deception of the highest order that we have chameleonic political parties because there's no difference between PDP and APC. The interesting thing is that the political class don't care about us. All they care about is for political power. If you look at the history and the antecedent of the actors and players in APC today, majority of them were in PDP. And if you look at some of the actors and players in PDP today, some key players were in APC in 2014. So who are they deceiving? They can be deceiving themselves and be playing to the gallery, playing the ostrich, and they can't deceive some of us. And we are like that. So there's no government that is fighting corruption. It's just we fought corruption on the pages of newspaper. I personally have done more than 50 programs that have said APC is not fighting corruption, that Buhari administration is not fighting corruption. So nobody should deceive. You can't fight corruption on the pages of newspaper. You fight corruption on putting in place systemic issues to deal with the issue of corruption. The corruption in NDCC, the corruption in NNPC, there are many, many corrupt cases that we have not seen the light of the day. So don't let us go to that. No party, no political party, either PDP or APC, no political leader should come out and tell us that their party wants to fight corruption. It's not the decision of the highest order. With respect to the antecedent of the national chairman, the national chairman of APC elected by the party is a senator. I hope he will resign. I don't know what I think should be done today is for him to resign his senatorial seat so that they resign. That should have been the first thing he should do. As elected senator representing Nasarawa West, and he has been elected. What we should see in the media today is that his resignation from being the senator of Nasarawa West. However, I've said it over time, and I said it the last time we spoke about this issue. The parties in Nigeria don't have conventions. They have coronations. I told you on Friday when we had newspaper review that you grab your popcorn and get your soft drink and watch the coronation ceremony. What we have seen, either in PDP or APC from 1999 to date, and that has not helped us to deepen democracy. Whoever the stakeholders, the governors brought Adams to Shomole. They were the major stakeholders. Just like the governors brought Iyorchia Ayu for the PDP. So we can't play to the gallery on the basis of partisanship. The reality of the matter is that we have never had a successful convention with partisan politics in Nigeria from 1999 to date from the ruling parties that we have had, either in APC or in PDP. Who was coronated? Secondus was coronated. Iyorchia Ayu was coronated. So 4 years from now, what we see is that you will see that they will organize conventions and they will call a list, a unity list, where the governors will now allocate positions. We allocate positions to themselves, to their state, and the anointed candidate will be picked as the consensus candidate.
All right, I want to bring in Oshinowo into this discussion right now. A lot of Nigerians are beginning to talk about, the capabilities and, of course, the interest and, of course, what lies ahead of the APC in the coming days. Specifically, there's a video making the round where it's as though the new APC chairman has some sort of inclination or some sort of bias towards the herdsmen, when specifically he was saying that if spare part dealers can be protected, why not herdsmen? Would you really say that he actually has the interest of all Nigerians at heart in the wake of herdsmen and farmers and killings that we have experienced in the country? Oshinowo.
Of course, I'm privy to the video you are talking about, but let me digress a little bit. A lot of Nigerians have been saying that party politics, especially in APC, and formation of PDP and the rest of it. In the US, if you can go back to the history, I've attended so many conventions of the Democrats since 2003. I think maybe two. I think I missed two. Maybe one. I missed one. If you look at the history of the Republican, the Democrat was amalgamated from the Republicans, out of the Republicans. Some of them that carved out of the Republicans are the ones that formed the Democrat. So it's not a big issue in party politics, because the politics is all about interest. And when you find out that your interest is not protected, your ideals and ideas are not captured, you can extract and form with your team member or with your like minds and form a political party. And that is what is happening in APC. There's no distinction between what happened within the Democratic and Republicans and what happened. I have never been to PDP all my life. I've been from the SDP to AD, ACN, and the rest. And we have so many like that who has not, cross-carpeted. But that does not suffice that. Others who are progressive-minded, who find that, okay, now they are born again, like my friend Dino, and come back to APC. And our party, if you say our party has not been fighting corruption, that is not true. You can write to the EFCC and find out cases that have been determined. That's by the side. On the video clip you mentioned, Governor Abdullahi, distinguished senator, and presently the chairman of our great party, is addressing a particular issue, not generalized. He's a vast Nigerian, lover of Nigerian culture and community. He has relation in the southwest, in the southeast, in the northeast, in the north, both the north and the south. So he's a Nigerian, he's a patriotic man. So he's not casting anybody. He was more than 29 years. Even when his younger brother is the MD of a major bank in this country. In fact, most of my Christmas, sometimes I will be in Anambra State. So Governor Abdullahi has friends across the board. So he's not casting anybody else that somehow, if president can protect spare parts seller, why can't he protect the Fulani? The Fulanis and the spare parts sellers are Nigerian, and everybody is under the leadership of President Muhammadu Buhari. And he has sworn to the Constitution to protect all of us. So, and I believe the president is doing fantastically well on that, protecting all Nigerians. So, Governor Abdullahi, that section of the clip is not the full one. The media just point that out just to, I don't know their aim and objective. They just brought that out to capture some other, negative attraction about him.
Invariably, are you saying that the new APC chairman does not have a bias for?
Sorry?
So are you saying invariably that the new APC chairman does not have a bias for the Fulani herdsmen?
No. He's a father of all. He's just addressing a conventional issue. For instance, I'm a Yoruba man. I'm a proud one. I'm a proud Yoruba man. There is no way issues will happen. And Mr. Jide, who is there, will be there that he won't have at least a little, support from me. There's
Jide Johnson,
I'm not saying he's addressing or he's giving Fulani man who is carrying AK-47 and hedge. Any Fulani man carrying AK-47.
Okay, let's allow Mr. Jide Johnson speak for himself. Jide, go ahead.
Now, I think that just backing what Mr. Shina was saying, I think that he was taken out of context, and the media has a role to play to contextualize content. It's important. The narrative was changed because a soundbite was taken out of it, and when we take issues out of context, it alters the narrative. I think the thesis of his argument is government should provide protection for all Nigerians, regardless of their trades and whatever. Even in as much as I don't share some of his views to some certain things, but I think that particular issue was taken out of context. And it is not good for this country. It will fan the embers of division. We must do something that must promote unity and whatever. If government, what he's saying is if government is protecting and taking money to protect the banks, government should also take money. If there's nothing wrong with government taking money to protect this, they are Nigerians as well. And I agree with him. There's nothing
Jide Johnson,
the government from taking money to protect the fishermen. Yes.
Fantastic point you have raised there, and we do appreciate your thoughts on this issue. But as we coast it down, because we're almost out of time, let's look at this now. For the APC convention, as much as there's a lot of clapping and cheering, and the fact that it was a successful one. I'd like you to share your thoughts on the issue. If the convention was conducted, in line with the Electoral Act, and let's not forget the bone of contention, that came up just before that convention started. Or looking at the Electoral Act as amended, 2022, Section 84. That at the time the presidency or the president made a request that it should be deleted. So at this point, we don't know if it was deleted because as at now, you also hear the Senate saying that, they're about to declare the seat of Abdullahi Adamu vacant. So apparently, I'd like you to share your thought. Do you think that the convention was conducted in line with the Electoral Act? It respected, the Electoral Act?
I think it's a new act, and there will be some ambiguity with respect to its application. I'm sure what the legal teams of APC will be doing is to see whether they comply totally. But I can tell you from what we witnessed and from what we have read from the letters of the law and not the spirit of the law in this contest now, which is left for the judiciary, the lawyers to interpret, is that APC has complied to a great extent with respect to it. And I started on the note that the national chairman needs to resign his appointment as his election as the senator representing Nasarawa West. Above all, my final take on this is that it's the death of progressive politics in Nigeria. Mr. Oshinawa that is there, and my brothers, my kith and kin that are from the Southwest, that have the progressive ideology, they just witnessed their death knell. They've been nailed to the coffin. There's no platform for them in APC, and I'm sure most of them will not run the election on the APC platform. Probably they will go back to SDP and run the election because
Mr. Jide, are you a prophet?
It's clear that the ultra-conservative element has taken over a house that was built by the progressive elements of Nigerian politics to have an all-inclusive party that has everybody. But APC is no longer, from what we witnessed, as a strategic communication expert and as someone that has an understanding of the political landscape, is the death of the progressive ideology.
Can I quickly comment?
Okay.
Can I quickly comment?
Very quickly as we round off.
Let me quickly say this. Party formation. I agree with you because a lot of people we are discussing what you raised almost around 3 a.m. this morning. And first, I will first of all appreciate Mercy for accepting that we have done a very good and credible election in compliance with the law. Number two, Mr. Jide, I share your view, but I am not really in compliance with that view. Don't forget that the party is run by two major forces, the National Secretary and the National Chairman. And if you look at, Senator Omishore, who is a sound-minded person, who is now leading the administration of our party, there is no way any agenda that ultravies to the ideal of the progressive will be erased totally. And I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. So let's cross our fingers. I believe the chairman is a fantastic man. He is a father of all. And
Omishore is not of the progressive ideology. He's not.
Omishore, don't forget, is a founding member of the AD in the Southwest. Don't forget that. A lot of people does not know. A lot of things that I'm sure you know that.
At this point, gentlemen, we have to let you go at this point. But quickly, so we just share your thoughts briefly on it, and so we have we have viewers on the other side as well. So we have to put ourselves together as we do this. But I will allow Mr. Oshinawa to share his thoughts briefly, just in a few seconds. The question is, with the National Working Committee, with the election and all that you have come up with at this point, the national leadership, the youth leader, the women leader, and everyone that, had the whole consensus, how's it put again? The consensus lists given, the unity list that led them to becoming the candidate. Is this the best, all of these candidates, is this the best that, the party can come up with? Just in a few seconds, please.
We have some elective positions that we have a consensus arrangement in compliance with the 2020 electoral law. So we have nothing to worry. We've concluded that in compliance with the extant law of this country, some of the governors, some of the elected commissioners, ministers are not allowed to vote at the convention. It means that we have complied diligently. Nobody, Commissioners are just spectators. Some of them are in their hotel rooms. Ministers are not allowed to vote.
Okay.
You can imagine that. So
Jide Johnson.
All right, Jide Johnson.
Jide Johnson.
One final word from you right now would be, what are the tasks ahead of Adamu, you know, to ensure that the party stay united, and of course they face, you know, the issue of maybe trying to control the machinery of government again in 2023?
The unity of the unity list will be tested with the primaries. So just grab your popcorn and your ice cream and be ready to observe what happens with the primaries, which you soon start in earnest.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much.
Myself and Mr. Oshinowo can come back, and then we have. All right, you're welcome.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
We've had Ibrahim Oshinowo and, of course, Jide Johnson join us as we look at the APC convention with Abdullahi Adamu emerging as national chairman. It's still The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back and still talk about more politics in a moment. To join us again.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future.
And we head straight to our second conversation. We look at the issue of zoning and who should become president of Nigeria come 2023. Now with President Muhammadu Buhari serving out his second term in 2023, there's been a barrage of questions on the yardstick that should be used for youth as president. In the midst of all of this, there's also a growing support for the selection of Nigeria's next president to come from the south, north, west, east. And so joining us this morning is a political scientist. All things being equal, we have Dr. Mark Fallan join us, but we do have Austin Ejet. Straight to this conversation, the issue of zoning and the issue of competence is a strong one. As much as a lot of persons have argued that zoning would not allow for, it would disenfranchise or would just not allow a lot of Nigerians, to aspire to become president. And so it disqualifies them or does not allow them that space. And some people say this is not a democratic practice. But you want to agree with me that zoning has been going on for a very long time in this country. And, so it gets to this particular point now. The question is still ongoing, whether it should go to the south or to the north or to the southwest or the southeast. Your thoughts? Do you think that zoning is the solution? We should choose that as against competence?
Well, I would say we should choose zoning against competence. I mean, that would be very unreasonable, a thing to say. But I'll say that we should choose competence in zoning. That is to say that there is no zone in Nigeria that cannot produce competent people, just so that there can be great, balance of power, and the development can also spread across the nation, properly. You find that it's lopsided. You find that there's dominance in the whole equation. So even though zoning is not a constitutional discussion in terms of being embedded in our constitution, we know that zoning, like you said, has been going on as gentleman's agreement in the past, and we think that it's a good thing, if there will be respect for that agreement, that silent, unwritten agreement, so that there won't be too much rancor and acrimony, so that there will be great spread and balance of power, so that it can be as rotational as possible. But in zoning, let there be competence, not just that because we said it should be zoned to zone A or B, just go bring just about anybody and say, come be our president. The office of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is a very serious job, especially in these times when we are at our all-time lowest point in the history of Nigeria. So we want to talk about, competence in zoning, not just zoning over competence.
I get all that you've said, Austin, competence in zoning and not just an outright zoning. But when do we as a country get to the point where it's not about who has the pedigree, someone who just wants to see the nation develop, the nation grow? Do you think we can ever come to that point when it will be about let the best man rule?
Well, I think that's a discussion for the future. But at this time, we do know that we are not at that mature state yet. There's a whole lot of religious, a whole lot of tribal, a whole lot of ethnic sentiments going on. So if we allow this to continue, Nigeria is going to be worse for it. I mean, all the service chiefs, for instance, cannot, possibly come from one section of the country. It is not because, you are in power and then every sensitive officer that is going to be appointed will have to come from your own, ethnic background. That is not the kind of country, we want to run. So until we get to the point where we are mature enough to say, look, as a president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, you are not from one particular zone of the country. You are, as it were, a product of every part of Nigeria. Every part owns you. You are a public property, as it were, and therefore you should give equal representation and equal leadership and equal opportunities to every part of this country, including Nigerians who are in the diaspora, because you represent us all and not where you come from necessarily. But at this point, I am afraid we are not at that maturity stage yet.
So, but you understand that this issue of zoning does not happen out of the space. It has to happen, we're talking about political parties here. And so in the case where you have, a political party, different political parties as it were, but of course we know we have two dominant parties, that's what it looks like, and that's what it is, by the records that we have. So, but do you think that these political parties also should be having this conversation as regards zoning? Because, for instance, now, let's take for an example, the elections, the convention that just finished, and we see the national chairman of the APC that emerged as an agreement, of course, the consensus agreement. So in situations like this, do you still have zoning and competence working hand in hand? How do you achieve that? Austin?
Well, politics is about discussions. Politics is about negotiation. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead with your thoughts.
So I was saying that politics is about discussion. Politics is about negotiations. Politics is about sitting down at the round table and having an agreement and having some kind of referendum, some kind of, a point of meeting. Otherwise, they will just continue to be rancor. I mean, look at how long it took the APC, for instance, to get done with this convention. There is all manners of internal, issues in all in the major two parties of the country, and that's because they are not talking and they are not able to come to agreement. But if there is a gentleman's agreement to say, look, these are the cards on the table, and these are how we're going to deal them to everybody, to make sure that as much as possible we get close to representing everybody's interest as we can, and then the country can move forward. I mean, there can be progress or development in the face of rancor, in the face of anarchy. So the first thing we want to do is to make sure that there is peace, there's understanding, there is calm in the polity, and then we can begin to think and put the round pegs in the round hole. But the country right now does not have that, proper balance and spread of power. And that's the agitation. We are saying that there is even the minorities can have a very competent person. Nigerians are very intelligent, and highly resourceful people. So actually we can find competent people just about everywhere. But we are saying that, these discussions should, be sincere so that every zone, every aspect of the country can be carried along, in the discussion of national progress and development.
All right, good thing you've talked about peace. Good thing you've talked about understanding. You've talked about agreement, politics being about agreement. But how far do you go about agreements within agreements? Let me paint a scenario here right now. For instance, there's a talk of zoning with the People's Democratic Party. Let's say, for instance, now there is an agreement that it should be zones to the southeast geopolitical zone. Don't you think other issues might come out? Should it be from Imo State? Shouldn't it be from Abia State or from Enugu State or from Anambra State? Just how far can you go with these agreements?
Well, it's a continuous process, isn't it? The major thing is, what we call the macro zoning, if you like. And then within the southeast, for instance, they can now begin to say, look, let us also microzone this, further. Let what Nigerians are interested in. But what we are saying is, if the southeast have been given a slot, let them produce someone for us, or let them produce. Hello? Oh, are you still there?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Achieve zoning and competence at the same time. Because you say that you do not believe in just zoning. You will never choose zoning over competence. Competence any day is what we're talking about. But I think that it's almost impossible to achieve that in a system where you understand that even at the political system or at the political party level, you would always have interest. Within the party, the interest of the individual or those who call the shots at the party level. So I think that it might just be almost impossible to achieve competence and zoning at the same time. Not because we don't have brilliant people or intelligent persons in different parts of the country, but because you have a system where, all of this has to happen within a political party and, you have a party structure. And because of the way the party is structured in Nigeria, where you still have some governors, you still have, people calling the shots of these political parties. And so there's no democracy at the party level. So all of this cannot even, I don't see this happening. Anyway.
Well, that is the irony of the Nigerian political situation. I have been involved in an election before as a person, and I know that, in all humility and modesty, I was more competent than the gentleman who eventually emerged. And the same discussion of party supremacy played out. So I would agree, while I would agree with you that it is difficult, the world is difficult and not impossible. It is difficult to get absolute competence, in whether it's zoning or not zoning in Nigeria's system of politics. But, we will get there. I believe that we'll get there. We'll continue to have this discussion. We'll continue to drive it home and buttress that even if, the party wants to, impose a candidate on us, let it be someone who is, fairly credible and competent to do the job, for instance. Look at what is happening in Anambra State. Who think that ABGA, pretty much imposed Soludo on, the people of ABGA in Anambra State. But Soludo, in my opinion, is a competent fellow. So, that's something we can take, with two hands open. So if we have party supremacy bringing candidates of competence, then we can live with that. But if we have party, in the name of supremacy, forcing down people down our throats who we know are not competent, are not resourceful, don't have any business occupying those lofty offices, we will continue to resist, we'll continue to have this discussion, and we'll continue to cry out until we get it right as a nation.
All right, thank you so much, Austin Ejiosa, for your comments there. Indeed, we need to try to stop the show for today. We must say a very big thank you to all of our guests who have joined to contribute to all of the comments as we move towards a credible elections in 2023. My name is Justin Akadonye.
And if you missed out on any part of the conversation, it's alright to follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Messi Boko. Thanks for watching.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Financial literacy is an essential skill for the 21st century. The principles of debt management, profitable savings techniques, and the importance of money have helped many. In 2011, the Central Bank of Nigeria made a commitment to reduce the number of financially excluded Nigerians from 46.3% in 2010 to 20% by 2020. Many fintech startups are plugging into this gap and targeting niche markets. One of such startups is Harvest. Harvest was founded by Sholape Akimpelu, who once worked at a marketing agency. Her dream is to help women in Africa take control of their finances by bridging the economic gender gap. She believes more women need to be intentional by improving their financial well-being.
Okay, so Harvest simply is an inclusive finance for African women. So we give women familiar access to savings, impact investments, and credit. So when we say impact investment, that is women impact investing into smallholder female farmers specifically. So that way yourself, right, we equip you with personal finance, insight, tools, platforms, right, and should get access to financial services too, because that's the only way we can prime her family, her community for better livelihood. So we are here for women, right? We are giving them a platform, tools, insights that gets them swim upwards in the economy.
Before launching Harvest, Sholape noticed a worrying trend that financial institutions were not targeting Nigerian women. Sholape teaches girls and women financial literacy through access to and use of financial services through knowledge.
On my marketing days, we want to do this campaign. Let's look at the demographics. Male, female, female, male. Let's look at the top so clients, male, female. And I was wondering, because everywhere around me, I could see women breaking their backs, right? From the woman in the urban areas to the rural dwellers. And I was wondering what's happening. Why are they not adopting financial services so much? Why are they not, why are they on the fringes, right? So it was just important. And I've always been very impact driven. So it was just important that, I because I started doing a lot of research. So I realized a lot of research had been done. So people were doing research and dropping, this is the number. Nigeria is the only, and we're wondering, why is Nigeria still here? So someone just had to do something, not just tell the story, not just state the numbers, not just quote the numbers or statistics, but do something to shrink that gender gap.
Each startup has its challenges.
First, poor state of infrastructure. So by infrastructure, talking about digital and physical infrastructures. Talents too, right? We're losing a lot of talent to the West. It's painful when you look at it, because we have amazing, like a wide, capacity as a country, raising talent, but then we lose the same talents in the same breath. But I'll say that tech is a great leveler. Funding is the biggest challenge. So, I'm sure that a lot of people would say, oh, well, that's about a major challenge for most businesses too. But I think it's twice hard for me personally as a female founder and a first-time founder, right? A lot of doors are just, shut when it comes to funding. But we believe that with the right stakeholders, with government, individual investors and all of that, we'll be able to crack the funding code. But it's been really hard funding the business. That is, funding the women, funding the business itself, building structures, building the infrastructures that we need to power the business. It's been so hard, quite tough.
Shalape's goal in the next 5 years is to empower women in the Nigerian market. It's obvious that tech is hard, but with the right amount of resilience, women can achieve anything.
Okay, so I'll just quickly add to that, our goal is that in the next 5 years, base case, right, would have served 500,000 women. So when it's 500,000 women, we're looking at 350,000 women on the supply side of a business and 150,000 smallholder female farmers. And we believe that number is possible because our addressable market is 57 million working women in Nigeria alone. Right, and that's just looking at the Nigerian market. But when we look at the other markets we're looking at, for instance, we're looking at, other African markets by next year. So it's possible, and this will be measured, and we'll be sharing with the public, our impact and its measurements. So I'll just say for upcoming techpreneurs, I keep telling them, I said, let no one tell an African woman that it can't be done. Let nobody look at an African girl and say, no, you can't do it. You're an African girl. Come on. The customs, everything is, tilted against you. Kick them right in the middle, right? Put a fist right in its face, because we grew up, a lot of us grew up resilient, right? We had to clear away the thorns and make way for ourselves. So it's hard. It's double hard. So tech is hard, right? It looks glam out there, but it's really hard, trust me. Because I say, especially the infrastructure, you're working with a string of codes. That's why I tell people, right? Something can break somewhere. It works now, then we all drive cars. A car takes you somewhere, and then you want to go home. It isn't working again, and you're wondering what happened. So much more string of codes from one point to another. Something is not returning, and you have to fix it. So you just have to also immerse yourself in the problem. It's important to walk in the shoes of whatever problem you want to solve. It's very, very key. I would say secondly, you just have to, the starter pack, you have to come in very, very resilient. So many days. There are some days I still can't feel like, where do I draw the line here? So many days, you have that feeling, but you got to keep going on. And then, thirdly, I would say that it's possible that it gets to places where it looks as if, you're not wanted at the table. It's okay, but it's fine to create your own table, right? And, but whatever you do, be less concerned about the glam, be less concerned about the glitz, but be more concerned about the problem you're solving for. Be driven, be mission driven, be impact driven, and the rest, will come with it.
Nigerian women are believed to care more for their parents, and as such are in the best position to teach them financial literacy and retirement plan.
Okay, so I'll say that typically the Nigerian woman, of course, suffers from the black tax, more of that. I personally tagged it Ada syndrome, right? And that is, oh, you see parents saying, I want more girls, because girls take care of their parents. Men, when they take a partner or something, they don't, but the girls, oh my, you know, and it's a good thing. And those are the things that we keep having conversations about in our community. Talk to your parents about money. What are their retirement plans? Do they want to live in with you? Do they want to, you know, what's their pension? You know, all of those conversations. Otherwise, what about your siblings? What do you want to do for them? How do you measure? Where do you stop? Because you realize that you just continue giving. You are trapped in that cycle where you can't even sustain yourself, and then you become dependent on another one. You know, so all of these things are generational challenges that, you know, has plagued the African child, but more the African girl, because you are the Ada, you are the girl, you are the one who's, you know, supposed to be very nurturing always. But hey, you can do all of this with the awareness of knowledge, and that's why we say be grounded with financial, in personal finance and in financial knowledge yourself. What's your net worth? You know, that's how you can, you know, talk to parents, talk to partners, talk to people around you, okay, on making better financial decisions for themselves, for yourself, so that nobody becomes, they don't, you know what they say about this thing that say, lean on me, no be press me die. So they don't lean on you, and then, you know, want to suffocate you. So you've just got to be financially sound, and those are the things that we teach in our community. Get yourself a tribe, you know, like Harvest, and like I say, even if you don't use the platform, the insights, the tools that you gain from being a community member of Harvest is, you know, is mind shifting, and every African girl, every African woman needs such to do better.
Nigeria, a fast-developing country with its challenges as far as jobs and remunerations in various professions are concerned. You may have been told many things about dentistry not being as lucrative as medicine in Nigeria, but just so you know, dentists in Nigeria are more or less like a medical doctor. They spend 6 years or more in dental school, a year compulsory housemanship, thereafter go for NYSC. Based on choice, the young graduate of dentistry comes back after 2 years of internship and youth service as a resident doctor, so as to become specialist or a dental consultant. Dental surgery is quite lucrative in Nigeria. It requires huge investments to set up a dental clinic due to the high cost of dental equipment. For example, a dental chair can be priced at almost 1 million naira, and you may require 2 or more in a dental clinic. Access to loans in this industry can prove quite challenging. But could this be due to the underestimating the importance of this industry, or a misconception that the practice of dentistry is not lucrative? Some dentists believe it is possible to earn way more than a general medical practitioner. It is possible for a dentist in private dental practice in Nigeria to make a profit of about 3 million naira monthly. Dentists are known to be one of the richest in the medical field.
Welcome to Ladies Talking Business. I am your host, Moremi Akon. On today's episode, we will be looking into the dentistry profession and how to run a successful private dental practice in Nigeria. Discussing this with me today is our guest, Dr. Olufumi Adeniyi, a dentist and the founder and clinical director of Lux Dent for-profit dental advocacy foundation, the Smile Doctor Foundation, a platform through which she promotes oral health. Dr. Adeniyi.
Thank you very much. Okay, so in this industry, where are we compared to other parts of the world?
I'd like to say that dentistry in Nigeria has made a lot of progress in the past few years, and with a lot of private practices, I'd say some practices are at par with other practices in the world, but because of probably the lack of finances, some are still there just trying to catch up, but I think we've made a lot of progress in dentistry in Nigeria.
Well, good to know.
Yeah.
Okay, so I own a dental practice.
Okay.
Yeah. What is the best way to attract new patients?
New patients. I'd say giving the clients you see how to brush, how to do this, how to do that. Just free incentives. And when anyone has a problem, they just remember, oh, it was that doctor that was teaching me.
And run a profitable dentistry or dental practice. And I want tips that have worked for you.
Okay.
So can you give us some of them?
Okay. Really be an excellent clinician, because once you win the trust of people who come to you, your practice will grow with time. Give it time. I like to say businesses are like children, and so give it time.
So
nurture.
Give it time, like how much time?
It depends. It depends on your location. It depends on a lot of factors come into play. Give it time. Yes.
Other tips.
Excellent clinical practice.
Okay.
Market, advertise, put yourself out there, let people know what you have. Use social media, make use of social media, make use of media, whatever it is that is available to you. The whole world is right in your pocket on your phone. Just get in front of the phone, let someone out there know what you have to offer, and don't compromise on clinical standards. And really, I believe that.
So in terms of training, so what specific trainings must a dentist have, to be able to start a practice?
Really, your 6 years in medical school is a lot, but then I believe you have to expose yourself to business training. And so over the years, I had a natural flair for entrepreneurship, selling, buying things. That gave me an edge, and then I applied myself to several fellowships available to women entrepreneurs, and there's so much you can get from those kind of platforms. There are many free platforms that you can get on also to learn basic entrepreneurship and the basic tips and tricks for running a business, because business, the practice of dentistry is the business of health. And so you can't just be good in the clinical aspect. You must merge it with being good in business also. And so nobody will excuse you and say, oh, it's because you're a doctor that you don't know this. You have to know a little about everything, finances, HR. And if you're not good on it, you get professionals, hire professionals, part-time, whatever it is your budget can handle. But you must handle the clinical and the business aspect very well.
So would you advocate for having some form of business training?
Oh yes, absolutely. You can't go really far without that. I've come to realize it's easy to just stay in one place and feel fulfilled when you just have your clinical practice. But when you merge it with business, you can scale. You can decide that, oh, I'm going to do much more. I'm going to expand here, really.
Amazing. We'll talk more about this industry after the break.
Okay.
We will go on a quick break. Please stay with us.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Thanks for staying with us. This is still Ladies Talking Business, and our guest is Dr. Olufumi Adeni, a dentist and the founder of Lux Dental Clinic Limited. So, talking about this industry in Nigeria, in your own opinion, how can we improve this industry in Nigeria to make it world-class standard?
Number one is finances.
So, like, to pump in more money.
Pump in money. Government, private government partnerships, public-private partnerships, businessmen investing in the business of dentistry, because there's a lot of medical tourism presently. A lot of people are going to Dubai, going to Turkey to get things that can be done right here in Nigeria. And so if the finances are pumped into dentistry, there's no limit to how we can take this. Everyone from Africa, Middle East can be coming here, because I realized that during the Christmas period, we have a high influx of clients that live abroad coming to dental clinics, because dentistry is expensive abroad compared to Naira, because if you come into Nigeria with maybe pounds, it's easier for you to splurge on your dental health in Nigeria. And so the possibilities are endless if there is an infusion of funds to dentistry, to the average dental practice. And Nigerian banks also should please give loans to dental practices, healthcare.
Why is it difficult, in your opinion? Why do you think it's difficult for banks to give loans to healthcare practitioners?
I really don't know what the issue is. I really don't, because I've tried twice now with two different banks, but there's just always some, I don't know, a barrier of some sort.
Do you think the healthcare industry isn't profitable?
It's not impossible. It's not impossible, and it's not impossible that they've had bad experiences in the past, and so they just profile healthcare and say, these ones they're there to care. They're not really big on business, yes, and so that might be it. But I don't know what it is. It's something that has to be discussed. It's something we have to look into.
So you've spoken about government intervention.
Yes.
You've spoken about business people actually investing in the industry.
Yes.
You've talked about banks giving loans to the industry.
Yes.
So what else? How else do you think we can improve?
Dentists can come together in mergers, partnerships, where I'm running a small 3-chair dental clinic, you're running a 4-chair, and we come together and we build something bigger. It's not something that is very common here yet, but I'm hoping in the next few years we'll begin to see more of that.
With collaborating in Nigeria?
I think it's an African thing, really. I think it's an African thing. There's just a thing to partnerships. People aren't really comfortable, maybe because we don't have the same values, we're not going the same way, and maybe it's just me, my family, and I think, I don't know what it is, but I think it's a cultural thing. It's not just in the healthcare system, it's a cultural thing. You rarely see businesses that have transcended a long time as partnerships. After a while, you realize that one has pulled back, two have left the thing to one person, and also I think it's a cultural thing we need to overcome. There's much more we can do when we come together. I believe that strongly.
I agree. So thanks for giving us tips on how we can improve the industry. So let's talk about the challenges that, let me say, every dental practice is likely to face. Can you tell us about some of them?
Finances. Dentistry is capital intensive. A single dental unit runs into thousands of dollars. That's if you're doing the bare. And dentistry, with all our equipment, there's the C grade, there's the B grade, there's the A grade, the Rolls Royce of dentistry, and everything is cost intensive. So you cannot talk about dentistry without talking about money, even down to the little products we use for basic cleanings, basic fillings. They run into thousands, hundreds of thousands of naira, thousands of dollars. And so money, you cannot talk about running a dental practice without money. Yeah, and then the courage to do it afraid and launch on your own and just believe that, yes, it'll work out and I can do it. in our climate where you have to run your gen yourself, you have to power your borehole, you have to do a whole lot yourself, and then manpower. There's a brain drain in the medical sector presently. I have some colleagues that have been looking for staff for months. Everyone is leaving for Canada, for the UK, and so as a private practitioner, I'm here now, but I have doctors that are running the clinic in my absence. But if you don't have that, there's a limit to how much you can thrive as a dentist. And as I said before, there's a whole lot of running the business beyond the clinical practice. And so you need other people that you can lean on to run the practice. So when there's a deficiency of all this, it can really hamper a lot.
Wow. So we have the financial challenge,
yes,
lack of manpower.
Yeah.
What else?
We said infrastructure, just general infrastructure.
I mean, from your experience in the industry, how do you think it has helped?
Dentistry is one profession that is so as technology grows, as there's an increase, dentistry progresses also. And so there's a huge interdependency of dentistry and technology.
Okay, so what other aspects of technology do you think we haven't embraced in Nigeria yet in this industry?
Okay, so that would be specific to different practices, because there's some practices that run every single thing building there, and so really I think it's a function of where you find yourself and what is available to you, really. Yeah, but you have a lot of state-of-the-art clinics here in Nigeria, in Lagos, Abuja, several places.
Yes, and I actually agree with what you said, that the dentistry itself depends a whole lot on technology.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely, right? No question. He's a living legend.
God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
This Medan has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of gun,
every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
I'm still here with Dr. Olufumi Adeni, the Clinical Director of Lux Dental Clinic Limited. So, you've given me a lot of tips now. I've gone to school and I'm a dentist.
Yeah.
So how can one build a reputable brand? As a healthcare professional, what are your tips?
Excellent clinical practice. So know your dentistry. You must know your dentistry. So we were beautifully and everything is looking good and you have your good media, but the foundation of clinical practice is poor, then there's nothing really for it to rest. So your clinical prowess is the foundation, and then media. I've always said that, like media, infrastructure, as much as possible, get better equipment. If you can get something that'll make it faster, invest in it, because it increases the client experience, the customer pictures. Make your clinic a place where they can take pictures, make it a place where they can be comfortable. I have people come in for procedures and they bring their whole family with them because they know that it would be a very nice experience, really. So invest in as much anything you can to make the client really comfortable when they come in. Yeah, it's worth the expense.
I agree with you. So, doctor, I'm not going to bring you here and make you sit on this chair without you giving us some dental tips.
Okay.
So, tell us how to better care for our teeth, cavity, and all those things.
Eating, you're swallowing, you're drinking, you're kissing, whatever. There's a whole lot happening in your mouth all the time, and so brushing is just basic, cleaning it out, and then investing in a good dental floss. No toothpicks. No toothpicks. No toothpicks, because toothpicks are really big. The diameter is way larger than the normal interdental space between your teeth. And so when you're wedging a toothpick in, you're damaging your gums, you're affecting the enamel of your tooth, and so you're destroying healthy tooth tissue and causing gum disease eventually. There's so many complications to using a toothpick. So invest in a dental floss. Just pass it in.
Common man in court know that they are meant to use a dental floss.
Well, that's why we say these things online. We try to run ads to get people to know it, but there's a whole lot that needs to be done, and I believe that one step at a time we'll get this out. No hard toothbrushes also. I need to say that, because people say, okay, yes, now I'm going to brush, and then they invest in hard toothbrushes and they're brushing and scrubbing. Like, no, that's not it. Your tooth is a living tissue, and so you take care of it with tender care with a soft or a medium toothbrush, where you're going a circular motion or an up and down, just a light flick, where you're taking from your gums out, like you're sweeping the dirt away.
So just
brush it out. Well, there are many different schools of thought.
Okay.
But the point is being gentle with your tongue, because there's also the tendency to just you're at war with that tongue, and also gently just brush out the whatever food, because food particles also get stuck there. And when your tongue is dirty, you realize that no matter how well you brush, your mouth doesn't smell.
So how often should I visit a
every
dentist?
6 months.
Wow.
6 months is even being, some people, when we look into their mouths, they should do every 4 months, because they're prone to accumulate a lot of calculus. You cannot afford to depend on your toothbrush. Your toothbrush is not enough to take care of your oral health care needs. Your toothbrush is not built to carry that load of getting.
So how long should I use my toothbrush for?
Every 3 months, you should change your toothbrush. And if you have a cold or you're ill, you should change your toothbrush, because your oral microbes change.
Okay, just before I let you go, doctor, as a business owner and a medical practitioner, what keeps you going? What motivates you?
What motivates me? The desire to employ people first, for me, and then the desire to see people have healthy smiles. There's something about when a person comes into your clinic with pain, or they come in with malocclusions, where their teeth are not in the right position, and after a few months with braces, their smiles are on top of the world. Or people come in with tetracycline stains, and then they get veneers and they have bright smiles, and they're flashing their smiles everywhere. There's a confidence that comes once your mouth is in tip-top shape.
It's perfect.
Yes, there is a confidence. I've seen it over and over again. There are people that begin to chase a new set of women, or some men, when they get their teeth, because they feel like, yes, I'm now a fine guy.
But I actually find women or people who have, especially women who have,
their eyes begin to look sunken. They just have a general old, frail look. But once those teeth come back in place, your face just comes alive, really. Your face comes alive. I like to tell people that if you invest in your smile and your skin, you don't need to invest in a whole lot, like people that pay so much for hair and makeup all the time and all that. Once your teeth and your skin are like in good condition, you realize that there's not much you need to add to this.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Thank you so much for coming on the show today.
Thank you very much for having me.
You're welcome. Wish you the very best.
Thank you.
This is how far we can go on this dental episode of Ladies Talking Business. Do join us this same time next week for another episode. Don't forget to follow us on Plus TV Africa Lifestyle on YouTube to catch up with our programs. I am Moremi Akol. Bye for now.
61 hectares of land is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria. The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country. One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, located in a Tiosa local government area. The area is strategically a historic site because before the relocation of administrative capital from Lagos to Abuja, it was the seat of power of the military head of state, the Dodon Barrack. Historically, a Royal West African Frontier Force, predominantly Hausa men, were initially camped on the land where the famous King's College is situated. Then there was a need for the use of the land, and the Oba of Lagos was said to have pressured the governor of Lagos to resettle the Hausa men and sold the land in what is now Obalende to the British colonial masters. After resettlement in the purchased land, the Royal West Africa Frontier Force men named the place Ibiti Obalewade, which translates to the illustration former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, created additional 37 local council development areas from the existing 20 local council areas. So the current Obalende is carved out under Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area. Ikorodu town is another historic location in Lagos, located in the northeast area of the state along the Lagos Lagoon and shares a boundary with Ogun State. Currently, the town houses Ikorodu local government area and 5 local council development areas. Kabiru Shotobi is the king of Ikorodu, traditionally known as Ayogbunre of Ikorodu, who ascended the throne from October 24, 2015. The name Ikorodu came about from people whose ancestors descended from the Remo stock of Yoruba tribe who came to settle on a plateau and named it Ikorodu, a shortened word from Oko Odu 2020. Trading, farming, and manufacturing are some of the things Ikorodu is known for. Ikeja is the capital of Lagos State, formerly called Akeja. It was named after a deity of the Awori people of Ota, who originally settled there. The area was invaded for slaves until the mid-19th century. Ikeja, an abbreviation meaning of Ikorodu and Ekpe joint administration, was coined by colonial administrators for ease of administration. It is the official seat of the governor of the state where the state secretariat is also located. It is also where the domestic and international airports are located. Its population as of 2006 census is 330,196. Ikeja is home to one of West Africa's largest gadget markets, popularly known as Computer Village, and home to a shopping mall known as Ikeja City Mall, which is the biggest mall in Lagos mainland and also has a cinema. These are some interesting places that make Lagos a world-class destination.
Hello, Explore Reports. It's where we bring you some of the stories and events that made the news recently. And just in case you missed out on some of them, don't worry, we've got you covered in this edition. Welcome, I'm Jacinta Obiuku. We are starting off on a happy note. Speaking of International Happiness Day, are you happy? How happy are you? And what does happiness mean to you? These are parts of the questions that was asked in this report, where a group known as the Happiness Center, an international non-governmental organization, is advocating that Nigerians should embrace the wholesomeness and wellness aspect of happiness. Plus TV Africa was also on the streets of Lagos to feel the pulse of Nigerians on happiness.
The theme for this year's International Day for Happiness is Build Back Happier. Over the years, Nigeria as a country has been faced with lots of deep-seated challenges, plus the daily tribulations of life that hit her citizens. According to the United Nations-sponsored 2022 World Happiness Report, Nigeria has been placed 118th, a significant decline from 116th it ranked in 2021. Here is what Nigerians feel about this development.
We no get joy at all. Joy no day. We dey hustle every day, money no dey come. So which one be happiness?
Yes, I'm happy. Reason being, I'm alive. I'm moving up. I'm not in the hospital. I'm not hungry. Even if I'm hungry, I'm not hungry. Where am I now?
Nigeria no dey happy. Everybody hungry for where? For small pikin with mama. You dey buy agolo, you dey shaka kiri. That one no good.
So many things have been happening, like killings, hungers, and other things. So it's not something that will bring me happiness.
People die like fowls, and then their lives are no value. So why will you be happy? There is no happiness at all. You understand? So if the world is celebrating happiness, I think Nigeria should go and mourn.
From the street to a press conference organized by Happiness Center, established in November 2021 in Lagos, whose sole aim is to bring to bear the importance of staying happy.
We want to reinforce the human spirit that is about happiness. Our objective is to see if we can bring out the shift from living life in pursuit of happiness to living life as an expression of happiness.
Happiness means different things to different people. To some, happiness means being able to afford 3 daily meals. To some, it means being able to pay for.
It's deep into its victim's life and so must be seriously tackled and not be taken lightly.
We are not in the present moment and we are too much attached to the past or the future. Negative emotions will arise and that gives stress.
Sometimes people are stressed. Sometimes there's so much money. But, the stress of family or children or work. So sometimes you need to get away from the madness of whatever situation that you are in.
This year's International Day for Happiness focuses on the global recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic.
Well, in my opinion, not trying to sound like a motivational speaker, but come what may, just try and stay happy. I mean, it's okay to cry, to be angry, but don't stay there. Exhale there when you are happy. And this is on child abuse. As part of efforts to put an end to child abuse in the country, New Life Challenge Nigeria, a non-governmental organization in collaboration with Army Grace Foundation, has flagged off an awareness campaign to sensitize parents, teachers, and relevant stakeholders on its effects on society.
Child abuse is one of the nuisances that have eaten deep down into society, which must be addressed urgently to save the future of the young generation. Speaking at the flag-off in Banawa, Kaduna, the executive director of the New Life Challenge Nigeria, Mark Bishop Eji Keme, says the advocacy is to train the trainer, parents, teachers, stakeholders, and the victims to know how abuse has contributed to affecting the lives of children in the society. He also urged the government to intensify efforts at putting an end to child abuse in the state.
So Cascade is a project that intends to spark public and community engagement to see that we put an end to issues around child abuse. The project is going to run is that we are going to be training stakeholders, train the trainers. We're going to be training people who are going to be stepping down some of the things that we are going to be sharing. So By the time we bring people from the rural communities, we can go to a local government and conduct a training in secondary schools and do quite a lot. So we have already planned that out. We are going to train people who are in turn going to step it down to their respective communities.
Also, the Cascade project manager, Ejioma Nwabo, says child abuse leads to violence and addiction and must be addressed. He stressed that 1 out of every 7 children is abused.
There are laws protecting the rights of children. Now we want the government to make such laws very effective. It's not as if they have not been trying. They have been trying. Cases that are reported to them, they have taken care of somehow, but we want it to be more, more elaborate now.
Some of the participants expressed their delight in the project.
Because we are girls, that doesn't mean we are weak, but actually we are strong, and we should not say that because of, I don't want this stigma to be on me and keep quiet. We have to talk out and let the whole world know what we are passing through.
Expanded my knowledge on child abuse and some sectors which I didn't know about, and I got to know more about the police involvement in stopping child abuse. Okay, child abuse generally is just like another child being abused is like me being abused. So whatever I learn, I don't have to keep it to myself.
In attendance are police officials, school principals, teachers, parents, students, and other critical stakeholders.
Use a mandatory insurance digital solution platform for all property owners in line with Federal Government Insurance Act. Our correspondent, Lovi Kukoyedekun, covered the press conference.
There has been cases of collapsed buildings across Nigeria, and Lagos is not an exception. This results in loss of lives and billions of naira in investments. The 21-story building in Ikoyi, Lagos, which collapsed on November 2nd, 2021, was under construction before it caved in. The state government has now taken the bull by the horn to prevent such occurrence.
In the last 44 years, there have been over 480 building collapses to be precise. And this is the information that we have. This is the data that we have. Imagine so much more that we didn't even capture. And this just highlights and goes to strengthen the importance of insurance. Many times when these incidents, dangerous occurrences have occurred, the government is almost like the last resort where we then need to pay compensation. What we're saying now is safety is everybody's responsibility.
To reduce the burdens and losses incurred by victims of collapsed buildings, the state government enters into a collaboration with insurance companies to ensure safety and, in the event of liabilities, pay compensations to the persons concerned.
We want to, first of all, sensitize everyone that this insurance is not about IGR. It's not about what comes to the insurance industry. It's about the safety of all. Sometimes we say, God forbid, it will not happen. But many times we have seen it happening. And when it happens, some financial responsibilities come with it.
The solution platform will provide hitch-free and transparent activity. From Lagos, Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
A good step in the right direction. And on this next report, youths in the Niger Delta region have been advised to embrace the use of poetry as a tool for advocacy and agitations while making demands from the government.
Express thoughts on many issues in the society. An environmentalist and director of health of Mother Earth Foundation, Nimo Bassi, said people must use language that can change the world and every situation around them. One of this is the use of poems, as poetry speaks truth, prose, in showcasing dangers of oil exploration. He added that it is a viable tool for non-violent agitation.
I believe campaigning with cultural tools, which is the bedrock of non-violent protest or campaigning, is the best method of all the methods. And we may still see that things are still going wrong, but things would have been worse if people were not conscious of the fact that they have to protect their culture, protect their environment, protect their life. Because when when they promote their culture, they're promoting the conditions that will make them more productive citizens.
Bassi also decried the decreasing life expectancy of people living in the Niger Delta region, lamenting that it has fallen to 41 years. He noted that life expectancy in the region is on the downward slide because of the implications of oil exploration, which pollutes the environment.
You know, the Niger Delta is one of the most polluted places on planet Earth. In fact, it's ranked amongst the top 10, one of the top 10 most polluted places. And here we have all the conditions that cut life short. The soil is contaminated, the water is contaminated, the air is contaminated. People just can't enjoy life. They can't. The Niger Delta people cannot live to the full extent that nature and God has blessed them to live because of this contamination. Because both oil spills, gas flares, soot and so on, they cause cancers, they cause breathing diseases like bronchitis, like asthma, blood disorders, they cause kidney failure, they cause lung.
According to them, there can be a ray of light in the darkness, helping to increase the resilience of people when their rights are violated.
It's time for a short break. We'll be right back with more. Thanks for staying with us. And this is about 2023 general election. Northern youths under the auspices of Arewa Consent Civil Society Organization of Nigeria, with over 45 reputable civil society groups
to support a southern who have supported other regions to enjoy power over the years. Speaking at a world conference at Arewa House in Kaduna, the spokesperson of the group, Abdulsalam Muhammad Kazim, says since the return of democracy in 1999, power has been rotated and to sustain a political friendship with people of the southern Nigeria.
In one pot and insist on power to be transferred to southern part of the country in the year 2023. And we call on all our southern people to drive this opportunity and support their own, also respect power rotation after 8 years. The fact that we are here agitating that power should be shifted to the southern part of the country does not mean we don't have people in other regions that are capable or competent of producing the president, vice president, speaker, and other positions. But because of fairness, we want this to be done.
They call on all political parties to zone their presidential candidate to the south, adding that any northerner contesting as president will be regarded as an agent of disunity and
property. We are witness to cattle rustling, kidnapping, senseless insecurity up and down. So the presidency should shift to other regions and let them equally test the power of the #1 seat. We have to respect our integration, brotherhood, and unity.
The coordinator northwest of Disciples of Jagaban, Senator Sani Saleh.
This particular country of ours, with all the peculiar challenges that we have, we need somebody like Asiwaju to solve the problem for us.
And this is also a reminder that you should get registered and get your PVC ready. And on transport sector reform, as part of measures to ensure that comfort and maximum safety of commuters, the Lagos State government has launched an e-hailing taxi scheme. According to Governor Sanwo-Olu, the scheme will complement the multimodal transport network.
A partnership agreement for a new e-hailing transport scheme was signed in 2021 by Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and Chinese CIG Motors Company Limited. The result of that agreement is now manifest with the launch of the new e-hailing taxi scheme. It's known as Lagos Ride, with 1,000 sport utility vehicles for the first phase. The scheme is expected to compete with other e-hailing platforms. The driver or operator has a right to own the vehicle after payment is fully made within 3 to 4 years. Governor Sanwo-Olu said the initiative is to further ensure a seamless transportation system for the commuting populace in the state.
Under this arrangement, all beneficiaries will be provided with a brand new car, which over time will become the driver's property after the completion of the payment of the vehicles that have been heavily subsidized.
The governor described the day as historic. He said it's a step to further drive the development of the Transportation Master Plan to put Lagos on the plan of a safer, comfortable, modern and forward-looking taxi scheme.
We have started this, so our arms are open to other private sector investors to join us to ensure that we can increase this fleet to 3,000, to 5,000, to 10,000.
Commissioner for Transportation Frederick Oladende highlighted some of the safety features of the scheme.
The safety and security of lives and property are equally as paramount as the pleasure the drivers or the riders will enjoy can be used by either parties inside the car in case of assault or emergency.
Plus TV News spoke with some of the beneficiaries.
It was something that we saw that will be of benefit to drivers, especially to alleviate the challenges and the burdens that drivers have in terms of owning their cars.
The Modern Ride Service is one of the state government's socio-economic intervention programs. The government promised to get it professionally managed in line with global best practices. From Lagos, Love Ikuku Oyedokun, Plus TV News.
This next report is on the unfortunate fire explosion that happened at the Akpongbo Bridge. Lagos residents are wondering when the bridge will be fixed, but the Director of Bridge and Design with the Federal Ministry of Works and Housing has revealed that the bridge was badly damaged, and as a result, the duration for the repair cannot be ascertained, and it is likely not to be soon. Plus TV Africa was also at the aftermath scene of the accident to feel the pulse of the people.
This is the order of the day for Lagosians. From road blockage to commuters trekking to the point where they could board a ride, and motorists struggling for alternative routes. As Lagos State Traffic Management Authority LASMA said, there are now traffic diversion at Ebutero in order to link the inner marina. Nigerians shared what they termed their painful experiences.
This place we normally pass here direct to CMS, but as long as this thing happen now, the traffic is so much that we cannot just go there directly. We have to carry our bike and cross to the other side. As you can see, everywhere is blocked.
We can't have an option is to use leg from where we are to cross this side and enter bus, and enter any miss to go. Because there's nowhere again.
The major road, so it's created a lot of confusion, a lot of problems for people, especially traders in this vicinity and those that are going to Lekki area.
Speaking on the state of the bridge, Oyemade disclosed that the bridge was badly damaged as a result of the dangerous items sold by traders under the bridge.
The effect of the inferno was massive on the structure. Heated up. The slab at the median had to bulge out, forcefully out, which means the bearing, the beam, and the slab are gone.
He also said he cannot ascertain when the bridge would be repaired, as the bridge was earlier mapped out for repairs before the fire accident.
It is very unfortunate that we had this kind of incident at this period in time, because we have just awarded comprehensive repair of that bridge. And the contractor has just moved in. This damage was never envisaged and it was never included in the contract.
Even though there is no record of death, the fire ruined many businesses and the effect of the smoke could still be seen in the area.
The lungs. The day also highlights the social and economic consequences of tuberculosis along with its health impacts globally.
Tuberculosis remains one of the world's deadliest infectious killers. Each day, over 4,100 people lose their lives to TB, and close to 28,000 people fall ill with this preventable and curable disease, according to World Health Organization. Global efforts to combat TB have saved an estimated 66 million lives since the year 2000. However, the COVID-19 pandemic has reversed years of progress made in the fight to end TB. For the first time over a decade, TB deaths increased in 2020. One of the major reasons was the disruption in access to TB services and the reduction in resources.
By the time you're coughing out blood,
Dr. Ndidi Nwosu, a TB consultant and community physician with over 20 years of experience, says that investing to end TB isn't about fund, rather the need to save more and do more.
Currently now, spending for TB in-house is low. A lot of efforts are coming from outside the country. So we need to also get our governments, our communities, our hospitals, everybody, to contribute their own quota. Insurance, HMOs, the insurance, National Health Insurance Scheme, everybody should contribute their own quota in ensuring that we are spending money to get rid of this disease. This disease is terrible. Not only does it kill, the person that has TB is capable of giving 12 to 15 people in a year.
This deadly but curable disease has different symptoms and is contagious. However, according to Dr. Ndidi, Nigerians should be scared about the disease as they rank the highest burden of TB in Africa.
Form of TB can still die from that TB if it's not treated. So once the cough is there, no matter how soft or light it is, please take the sputum and have it tested using GeneXpert. The reason why we talk about GeneXpert and TrueNat, which are new technologies. Fever, it doesn't have to be very high. It could be mild fever. It could be recurrent, okay? Because it's a chronic illness, the fever is not always very high. Weight loss, the person usually loses weight. If he's a child, the child doesn't gain weight as he should. And night sweats. And the night sweats as a result of fever breaking. That is why there's this drenching night sweats amongst sufferers of TB.
Ramonth Hassan, a 48-year-old tuberculosis survivor, who initially thought he had malaria before discovering he had TB after tests, shares his experience and how his treatment improved his health positively.
I don't sleep well. I find it difficult to eat. Instead of me to eat, I will have to use alcoholic to take my time just to sleep.
Medical experts advise people with prolonged cough and fever to visit the hospital and get treatment, as it's free and available in Nigeria. They say once the lungs are damaged, treatment may continue, but a miracle will birth survival. Ngozika, Ohio-Chesi, Plus TV News.
And that's all on this edition of Plus Report. But before we go, let's to remind you to follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Also, to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. I am Jacinta Obiuku. Thanks for watching.
The APC convention is an indicator of success in 2023, says President Muhammadu Buhari. And Governor Nyesom Wike of Rivers State declares for presidency and says he has the capacity capacity to remove the APC from power. This is Plus Politics, and I'm Kofi Bertels. Welcome. The ruling All Progressives Congress held its elective national convention on March 26 to March 27, 2022, ahead of the 2023 general elections. During the convention, over 70 national officers emerged, with Abdullahi Adamu, former governor of Nasarawa State, becoming the national chairman of the putting the party on a firmer footing for victory in the 2023 general elections. The president had stated that the media was peddling what he called fake news of division within the party, when what exists in the party, according to him, is unity, cohesion, and personal warmth. These were his words. He also blamed the main opposition, People's Democratic Party, for trying to divide the country and leading to all manner of separatist agitations. Now, joining us to discuss the All Progressives Congress elections and, of course, other developments is the chairman of the All Progressives Congress in Cross River State, Alphonsus Eba, joins us via phone. Good evening to you, Honorable Alphonsus Eba.
Yep.
Okay. President Muhammadu Buhari has said that the media was peddling fake news as far as the internal wranglings in the People's Democratic Party is the All Progressives Congress, is concerned. Do you agree with him? I reckon you do. So you tell us how the media was peddling fake news. Honorable Eba, can you hear us, please? All right, we seem to have a bit of a network connection issue in getting across to our guest, Honorable Alphonsus Eba. But please stay with us. I will try and put him on the line in a matter of seconds and to have that very, very interesting conversation. As we said, the All Progressives Congress held its elective national elections, a convention right there in the nation's capital, Abuja. A lot of reactions coming to this. The president blaming the media for peddling fake news. Of course, we're all aware of what happened with the chairmanship, or let's call it the caretaker chairmanship of the party, with Governor Mai Mala Buni of Yobe State having to, cut short his medical trip to Dubai to travel to the United Kingdom, where President Buhari was also on a medical trip to confer with him. And of course, it was the president who came to his rescue, and that's how Buni was saved. And of course, we now had a smooth and unified national convention. Not just that, also the secretary of the party, Senator John Akpan-Odorie, was also under fire as well. We have, I'm glad to say, Honorable Alphonsus Eba back on the line. Good evening to you, Honorable Alphonsus Eba.
My pleasure to be with you.
Thank you very much. The president has blamed the media for peddling what he called fake news of disunity in the APC. What do you say to that? How did the media peddle fake news?
In law, there is what we call res ista loquitur. The fact speaks for itself. I am sure we have been able to prove naysayers and prophets of doom that APC is the party to beat. We came out much stronger than we were. We came out more united. And I must tell you this, and you can take it to the bank, and you will get it in all currencies, that APC is not only a united family, but we are ready for the task ahead.
Honorable Eba, you're the chairman of the All Progressives Congress in Cross River State, and I'm sure you're aware of the internal issues of the party. Wherein lies the fake news? What the media does is simply to report what happens. And we know what was going on when, or what happened when Mai Mala Buni, the chairman of the Caretaker and Extraordinary Convention Planning Committee of the APC, left the country to go to Dubai to see his doctor. Of course, we know that the Niger State governor tried to assert himself as the substantive caretaker chairman of the All Progressives Congress. Senator John Akpano-Addo was kicked out. So would it be fair to blame the media for peddling or us peddling fake news?
I am sure that documents speak better than oral assertions. Mai Mala Buni, when he left for medical attention in Dubai, he transmitted a letter to the effect that the governor of Niger State and other members of the caretaker were going to act in his absence. What the media tried to do was only a figment of their own imagination. There was never a time that a little differences in terms of interest ever graduated to become a storm. Yes, agreed. The build-up to the convention, people were divided along different interest lines. However, all that came to be buried on the night of 26. We woke up yesterday under a new canopy of a party that is very united and very strong. And it has been celebration from home to home.
Okay. All right. Let's look at the emergence of the new national chairman, Abdullahi Adamu. He's a former governor and a former member of the National Assembly. Some would say you needed to have a fresh face to show the fresh direction of the party, a new direction of the party.
Of Abdullahi Adamu is the best thing that happened to our party. Don't forget, we are trying to have a meeting point between the old and the young. You are speaking to a young man who is described as one of the youngest state chairmen today in the country. My emergence was not also without any rancor and disagreement and disapproval of so many persons. Oh, you are too young. Oh, you are this. At 46 and a half, people said I was young. And I was too young. At 60-something to 70, people say Abdullahi Adamu is too old. Whatever you do, people will always talk. But again, like I told the national chairman yesterday, I said, Your Excellency, sitting in this place from morning till early hours of this man did not just never blink his eyes. He was moving around very strong and has kept so strong from that Saturday till early hours of yesterday, through the afternoon and even evening receiving guests. That is what you need. The name of this man is Bridge Builder. He earned that name many, many years ago after he left as governor of the state. Only recently he became the chairman of the APC Reconciliation Committee. To us in the APC, it is for him to return back and complete.
Cross River State. Some people are insinuating that Abdullahi Adamu, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, former governor as well, was imposed on the party by the leadership, particularly President Muhammad Buhari and those in his circle. Do you agree? Of course, I don't know. I would be surprised if you do. But what do you say to this as a ranking member of the party, that this was not the will of everyone in the political party and that this man was imposed?
You see, what you call imposition, if you check the dictionary meaning of imposition, it is completely different from the political meaning that is being given to it. What we try to do in our party was to aggregate all the different shades of opinion, all the different interests. Don't forget, before we zoned, more than 15 persons came out to indicate interest around this election. When we went into zoning, the number reduced to a marginal level of about 6 or 7. When the sales of nomination forms started, it further reduced to about 5. It became clear, like all the governors, the senators, the rep members, and all political leaders in respective communities, from the polling unit to the ward, to the chapter, to the state level, will always have who they want as their interest to be either their ward chairman, their chapter chairman, or state chairman. When we graduated to the national level, it was only wise for us to say, Mr. President, who do you want among this whole person? And the president said, I want all. But in my thinking and estimation, you had given an assignment to Senator Abdullahi Adamu, His Excellency. For us, it is for him to go back and complete that work. So as much as I want everybody here that is running, I would prefer that the man that has unconcluded work should go and conclude it. That was not imposition. Okay. The governors came together and saw reason with that. And that was how we all surrendered.
In Cross River State. Are you there, sir?
I am with you.
Okay, fantastic. Now, the People's Democratic Party has refused to keep quiet about this national convention and, of course, the emergence of Abdullahi Adamu as the chairman of your party. Don't forget the current PDP national chairman, when he was elected at the PDP's convention, threw a challenge to the All Progressives Congress to try and hold a national convention, which your party has done. But they are saying that the former governor of Nasarawa State, who is now your chairman, is corruption agency EFCC. The PDP put out a statement to its national publicity secretary saying the imposition of Abdullahi, a man, chairman of the All Progressives Congress, thereby telling the entire Nigeria that your party celebrates corruption. What do you say to what the PDP is saying?
Anyway, when a party that has a chairman who in his own testimony had before now made a confessional statement, made an admission to be a super juggernaut of corruption. I am talking about Senator Iyorchia Ayu, who told the whole world, and it's on record, that he collected 345 million from the then National Security Advisor, Major Dasuki, as consultation fee to support His Excellency Goodluck Jonathan, knowing clearly that that was money that was meant to procure arms to fight insurgency in this country. And that money was stolen by the chairman of PDP. For a man like that is lacking in character.
Honorable Eba, are you saying the PDP might be corrupt? You're not just the only corrupt party or the only party that has people who have questions to answer regarding corruption, but also, so are you saying you are both, you are not worse than them? Is that what you're saying?
I did not hear you well. You say what?
Are you saying, oh, well, we have someone as a chairman who is tainted or who has questions to answer regarding corruption, but so does the PDP. So you are saying you are as corrupt as they are?
I have not, you did not get me. You did not get me to learn very well. I said allegations may have been made against our national chairman, but they remain unproven. They remain in the realm of allegations. But the national chairman of PDP, Senator Iyorchia Ayu, in his own admission and confession, told the world that he stole 345 million.
Excuse me, but did he tell the world that he stole? Did he use those words, I stole? Has he been convicted by any court of competent jurisdiction?
It is in his testimony.
The chairman, or electing him, as you said. But if you're pointing an accusing finger at the People's Democratic Party, what about the fact that out of all those who were appointed, or elected rather, as members of your party holding key roles. A lot of them are former members of the People's Democratic Party. For instance, Abdullahi Adamu, the man we're talking about, who is in the PDP. Mustafa Salih, who is the National Vice Chairman Northwest, was in the People's Democratic Party. Muazu Bawa Rajau, a National Vice Chairman North Central, was in the People's Democratic Party. You're pointing fingers at Honorable Eba. Nze Chiduru, who is the National Deputy National Organizing Secretary, was in the People's Democratic Party. Ahmed El Marzouk, who is a National Legal Advisor, was in the People's Democratic Party. Uguru Matthew Ofoka, National Treasurer, was in the People's Democratic Party. Betta Edu, National Women Leader, was in the APDPC.
I think your line of question is different from the submission you are giving. In fact, if you want to follow the line, I was myself a member of the PDP. Today I'm in APC.
So what is the difference?
No, get me right. You said the PDP spokesman came out to make an allegation against our national chairman. And I was only telling you that the national chairman of PDP, whether speaking through his public secretary, do not have the moral fiber to stand to make any accusation or allegation of fraud, because himself has admitted and has confessed to have stolen money that was meant to use and procure arms.
All right, but I think we had moved on from that, because I did say, and of course I did say that whilst not trying to take away from your point, because of course you said it's on record, I need to check, but I did say that Iyorchia, you had not been convicted by any court yet. But talking about the People's Democratic Party, I asked you what's the difference between the APC and the PDP, because you have not less than 11 members of your National Executive Committee, your National Working Committee rather, coming from the People's Democratic Party. Now, you yourself, as a chairman of the party in Cross River State, you were in the PDP. I do wonder where the likes of, well, let me not go there. But so what's the difference?
The difference is that the human beings and the character you find at any particular time are the people that make a party. It is not those parties that make the human being. Today, myself and the likes of all those that have moved from the PDP, we have moved because there are tendencies, there were practices in PDP that we could not live with. And so we have only come to add voices, to add our strength to making the APC the party that is going to be the dream of what we have always had.
But what is the difference between the PDP today and the APC today? Look at the names I mentioned. I've not even talked about the state party chairman like yourself.
We are talking about the gathering of progressive minds.
Honorable Eba, you yourself a few months ago were attacking the APC. What changed?
Check my record and tell me what I have attacked the APC about, and let me know.
During the 2019 elections, didn't you attack the APC?
I never attacked the APC. I attacked the people that were running the APC in Cross River State. And I did my best to only market the candidates of my party. And do not forget, I was head of mobilization for the campaign. So what I was doing was not to attack party, but to sell my candidate.
All right. Very quickly, just in a sentence or two, what does the emergence of a northern chairman of your party mean going forward for the presidential primaries of your party and the discussion on zoning? Very quickly, please.
What it brings to the table is that we have a culture that the moment you have a chairman of a party from the north, invariably, the presidential candidate of the party will come from the south. And that aligns with the aspiration of all Nigerians that power should shift to the southern part of Nigeria. Whether it is going to be the south-south, the southwest, or the southeast, is another kettle of discussion for another day.
All right.
But the APC has given a clear direction ahead that power is coming to the south.
All right. We'll come back to that particular issue for a part 2, because I'm sure it's still a discussion we need to have. Thank you so much for your time. Honorable Alphonsus Eba is the chairman of the All Progressives Congress in Cross River State. Ms. Eba, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure.
We'll take a short break, and when we return, we discuss Governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike's declaration for the 2023 presidency. We'll be right back.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Welcome back. Governor Nyesom Wike of Rivers State has declared his intention to contest the 2023 presidential election, insisting that he has the capacity to confront the All Progressives Congress APC and win the election for the People's Democratic Party. Wike made the declaration during a consultative meeting with stakeholders of the Benue chapter of the PDP at Government House in Makurdi. He told the stakeholders present about his ambition and solicited for Benue PDP votes in the coming National Delegates Convention of the party, even as he stressed on zoning. The governor of Rivers State also wants stakeholders not to sell their votes but to give the votes to him, while adding that some of the People's Democratic Party presidential aspirants were only after power in order to amass personal gains. Let's go over to that event, and we will roll the tapes to see what exactly transpired at the Government House in Makurdi, Benue State.
For you to remove this APC from power, see, my mother told me, when a madman flocks you, don't run. If you run, the madman will pursue you. If you flock you, take stick back, flog the madman. That the madman will, this is very painful. Then the madman will start running. This APC, they require people too, who will tell them enough is enough. And I'm that person that can tell them enough is enough. We must take this power. Power, they know the dashable. Do you dash power? Power is what? Taking. I'm ready to take it for PDP. And I will take it for PDP. No, if you're on the election, they need a dash power. Then they take power. All these people who want the election, if they support me. To do what? I've come out. I'm going to take this power from APC back to PDP by the grace of God. God has given us what it is, and that's why God is making APC to make mistake every day, every day, every. That is how you know God is with you. So I'm begging all of you here, Abamoro, Suswan, Senator, spoke well, members, chairman, don't go and sell your vote. Don't enter Wike's problem. They must enter. And when they have entered, I've captured them. Give me this to do. Let me return power to PDP. Thank you. For you.
Give me, the governor says. Well, joining us to discuss this is Mr. Punaboy Nkutare. He is a former special advisor to the governor of Rivers State on media and publicity, talking about Governor Nyesom Wike, and a former spokesperson of the People's Democratic Party in Rivers State, Darlington Orji. Gentlemen, good evening to you and welcome.
Good evening. Yeah, good evening.
All right, let's start with you, Mr. Nkutare. What is your reaction to this revelation by Governor Nyesom Wike? He's finally spilled the beans, basically saying that he wants to be president of Nigeria in 2023. You can see them in his him in his red cap. What's your view on this?
Well, first, let me state that it is his constitutional right to so do. I mean, all he needs to do is meet the constitutional requirements. And if he meets them, of course, he has the right to contest like any other person. But the truth about it is that I have my strong reservations. And what are those reservations? There are certain qualities you need in a person. Governor Nyesom Wike is one man that is impervious to criticisms. He is one man that is lewd with his words, especially the use of lewd words and language. A man that does not control his temper. And for a president, you need this courteous public personnel that will serve as a coat of armor, protecting your anger in public. He's not that kind of person. And in most cases, he goes beyond the bounds. For example, if you do a thing or say a thing that is adverse to his interest or he finds inimical, rather than address the issue, he is going to abuse your family, abuse your father, and abuse your mother. That attitude smacks of depravity on a very serious. That is not the background. But after that mistake of Dasuki, where he said the court has no right to admit Dasuki to bail when he is guilty, which we all condemn, I don't think he has really come out in the open to exhibit his military background. This is completely lacking in Governor Nyesom Wike. Let us also use the issue of the Edo State governor, for example, and his deputy. At no point in time did the deputy insult him when he spoke. He ventilated his views with anger, and that was in the Edo State. If anybody should get to Rivers State, come to Rivers State to dictate to PDP, Wike won't broke it. He will not tolerate it. Now, the Delta State governor, whatever it is, the deputy governor, was expressing his misgivings. Wike took it up. The next thing is, who is your father? The man never mentioned anybody's father. The governor responded. He reacted again. It's such a vulgar manner. That's not gubernatorial. And that's what you're going to take to the presidency. You see, these are the issues we are talking about. You must be able to tolerate views, no matter how inimical those views are. And as a leader, you choose your words. You choose your language. You must select the right word from the word basket. You engage in intellectual discussion. You disagree. Like my brother in the studio on the other side now, I'm talking of Darlington. We might disagree on this program. But that does not mean I'm going to say, Darlington, who is your father? Darlington, who is your mother? Bukola Saraki is out now. Atiku is out now. Rather than I am better than Atiku, I am better than Bukola Saraki. You are asking, your father's business, how many are still surviving? Why do you have to drag families into this? It's quite discourteous and highly disrespectful. That is not what we want in politics. You must be courteous, decorous in politics. These are the issues.
All right. Mr. Ngotaria, interesting points you've made. Of course, I've taken note of most of them, if not all. Darlington Orji, you are a member of the People's Democratic Party. But before I come to you, Mr. Ngotaria, you were.
Let me say this. Let me say this. You know clearly. I know I've said it always. I'm not a member of PDP. I'm not a member of APC.
Okay.
As I speak, I'm not a member of any political party.
All right.
And that's why I can criticize the government, both state and federal, at will.
Okay. You were a spokesman for our special advisor on media and publicity through Governor Nyesom Wike when he became governor in his first tenure. You know, the first few years, you were his first...
You were in Port Harcourt then. You know
of course. And you battled me. Are these things you're saying based on your personal experience with him?
What is personal experience? You are talking of what is in the media, even on your station. So it does not do with personal experience. My personal experience with him in office as well, we're talking of public now.
User of other...
Kofi, let me tell you that the declaration of His Excellency...
I was not disengaged, please. I was not disengaged.
Don't worry, can you allow me? I don't want to talk about that, please. If you can, His Excellency, since yesterday, the governor has made his intention known to Nigerian people. People are running all through the looks and crannies of Nigeria. Now you talk about the character of a man. I don't understand, like as Opunabo is sitting down there, when I call him a bully, I don't know how he's going to react to me, if he's going to absorb it or take it in good faith. Not everybody will take that. You know that His Excellency Governor Wike is not a man that you can discuss when you are not certain of what you are saying. Now, talking about whether he has the character and charisma and capability to carry Nigerian nation, my dear brother, the answer is yes. How? River State is a mini Nigeria. My brother there can understand and agree with me. This is a state where we have different people from different tribes. Boundary neighbors do not understand themselves, yet we live and do businesses together. Under his watch, we have been more united than ever. A man has shown interest like others have shown. What is the problem? We have a contest to make. I am not talking about the general election. The most important thing now is the internal election for a candidate to emerge, where we are putting all we have to the table. Let all our brothers come together. At the end of the day, when he emerges or any other person emerges, then we cannot begin to discuss. I don't want to believe that now is to deform the character of any person. Otherwise, everybody has what they will talk about him. But Kofi, let me assure you that His Excellency, this is entrance. My brother Opunabo should agree with me here that in 2014, stroke 2015, when we started campaign, it was like an impossible mission. People never believed that Wike is going to make it. First, the story was as a state minister, is he going to resign? He resigned, and we saw it. He contested with 27 Kalabari aspirants, and he defeated them. This is a man that goes for what he wants, and he understands the cry and pains of Nigerian people, and he's here to provide solution to it. If he can manage River State, my brother will agree that before today, River State was unbearable for investors. River State was unbearable for commuters. Every day kidnapping, left, right, center, oil theft, and all of that. A man took the bull by the horn to say, no, under my watch, because I took an oath to protect the lives and properties of our people. Okay. Therefore, I must go all out to see how
Darlington Orji, before I go back to Opunabo and Ngotaria, what will Governor Nyesom Wike bring to the table as president of Nigeria, based on his almost 8 years of being governor of River State? Very quickly, in 1 or 2 sentences.
Governor Wike has a lot of things to bring on the table because he's a man that is properly informed, judging from his political lineage. Talk about as a chief of staff, as a local government chairman, minister, and now governor for 2 terms. He understands the problems of Nigerian people. You understand that we have a lot of policies and laws in this land. Our problem is the implementation, and he's ready to offer that. He has said he's going to fight the insecurity the way he fought in Rivers State. He has said that he's going to provide opportunities for our people. He's going to create a level playing ground so that investors could come and have assurances. He has said he's going to obey the laws of the land. For instance, how could it be in a system where the court will give a court judgment and you choose the one to obey and the one not to obey? No investor will live in your country. A lot of investors will begin to come and key into your economy.
All right, thank you, Darlington. Thank you. Let's. Some have said that in Governor Wike's, but I'd like to ask you, because I've followed the conversation on social media in Rivers State. They have been pointing out that in Governor Wike's almost 8 years of being the helm of affairs in Rivers State, that his economic credentials have been almost zero. If you want to look at, in terms of a private investment and bringing investment from the private sector into Rivers State, he's done well in terms of internally generated revenue. But in terms of having an economic plan, bringing investment into Rivers State, some have pointed out that there are not many, companies that have come into Rivers State to invest. Quickly, what do you say to that?
No, it will not be correct to say that. If he has not created a proper economic status for Rivers people, how does our GDP rise? We know what we met in 2015 when Wike came on board, and we know what the GDP is today. The IGR is growing on daily basis. Why? Because Wike has given investors in Rivers State assurances to do business. He has stopped outing. He has stopped kidnapping, even though that they are...
From the All Progressives Congress. Do you agree with that?
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Yes, Wike says he's the best chance the People's Democratic Party has from clinching power back from the All Progressives Congress. Do you agree with him?
Well, that is left to the party to decide. They are going to take under advisement the credentials of all those that declare their interest and present to Nigerians their best candidate. That is left for the party to decide. I am not going to sit down here to tell the party or any political party who is supposed to be their flag bearer, their standard bearer. That is the exclusive reserve of the party. Then after that presentation, the Nigerians will now decide whether he's fit to be their president or not. The first step is the party. When trees fall on trees, the topmost is first removed. Let me claim that party ticket first. Then we talk of whether Nigerians will vote for him or not. That's a purely PDP.
All right.
But let me also respond to Darlington. Darlington, you know that pensioners are not being paid in Rivers State. Jobs are not created in Rivers State. He promised 5,000 jobs. They are not created. Pensioners are not paid. There is no promotion in the civil service. You know all that. These are facts. The pensioners go.
It is not correct, my brother, to say so. And I'll give you the indices that we convene.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. Darlington Orji, we have to go. We'll definitely have a part 2 of this.
Allow him to talk now.
Because of time. We're going to have a part 2 of this. We'll do one full hour. Thank you, gentlemen. Darlington Orji is a former spokesman of the People's Democratic Party in Rivers State. Opunabo Ngotari is a former special advisor on media and publicity to Governor Nyesom Wike. Opunabo, you made an accusation on me. I have no idea what you're talking about, so I'll get back to you. Progressives Congress Convention. I'm Kofi Bitel's Plus Politics returns tomorrow.
While urging members of the party to be strong and united, President Muhammadu Buhari said the convention came at a crucial time when the party was preparing for another round of general election. Also, the Vice President, Yemi Osinbajo, lauded the founding members of the party for forming a political party that dislodged the People's Democratic Party, PDP, after 16 years in power.
This convention is coming at a crucial time when we prepare for another round of general election. Therefore, the need to remain strong and be united for the party to exploit the rich abundant potentials at its disposal cannot be overemphasized.
Of our government empowerment and enterprise program, the market money, trader money, farmer money, our private sector as just one refinery in the world will become operational.
Senate President Ahmed Lawal and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, lauded the President for his role in ensuring executive legislature harmony. They also hailed the President's commitment to the implementation and completion of projects across the 6 geopolitical zones, and particularly the second Niger Bridge in the southeast.
We construct the second Niger Bridge. They broke the ground and they ran away. They came back
You should know where your bread is buttered and where your tea will have the milk and the sugar.
All things being equal, we intend to revisit the issue of women inclusion in our constitution students. We must do this because ours is a party of inclusion. This is
assure those you whose defections are being challenged in the courts that you have nothing to fear. Your defections did not contravene any law. You will, by the grace of God, emerge successful and victorious in the superior courts at the end of these litigations. Your wise decision to join APC along with millions of your supporters shall never be in vain.
Senator Abdullahi Adamu emerged as the national chairman of the party after he was endorsed by consensus by delegates at the convention along with other new National Executive Council members, and this is coming about a year and 9 months after the Adams-Oshiomhole-led National Working Committee, NWC, was sacked. Senator Adamu went into the election as a consensus candidate following the withdrawal of other aspirants from the contest.
On behalf of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, we wish to express our sincere appreciation to the leadership and members of the All Progressive Congress for fighting our institution very well of being given by consensus. So we have allowed one of our members to be a contestant for the office of the national chairman of our great party. He is no other person than the single senator, Abdullahi Adamu.
Omishori, National Secretary, among others. All the consensus candidates were confirmed through voice votes at the convention.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
How long were you going to live in denial? Suppressing what was right in front of you all these years. You have to understand. I was all he ever had. Besides, he had a troubled childhood and he stole mine. When little girls were being little girls, I was a slave in my own home. Broken and afraid, right in the place where I was supposed to feel safe. I kept you safe. How? Well, I took care of you when your deadbeat father was running the streets with those whores. I was left with 4 kids to take care of. I fed you. I gave you shelter. I clothed you and I paid your fees. My back was on the ground like a horse day and night. Your brother raped me. Bless your... He did, and you know it. I said, you know this, I told you he cannot do that. For 5 miserable years, right under your nose. You were supposed to protect me and I came to you, I did, and you called me a little liar, said I should be ashamed of myself, and I have carried that shame all my life. I was the child. You were my mother and you did nothing. He is not perfect. No help that I had. Did everything. Oh God, the crap, Mom. Cut it off. You were a child. And you know, those days, you were something else. You had this wild imagination, and I figured it was all coming from. I can't believe you. I can't believe you're sitting here trying to rationalize and make excuses for that predator and for failing as a mother. You ungrateful child. After all I went through for you, you then sit there and chastise me? Do you know what I went through? Do you? The mental torture, the physical and emotional abuse that I had to endure. Oh, you think you're the only one that went through dark times? Well, I did. I endured and I stayed back for my children, for you. No one asked you to. What one is supposed to do. My mother, my grandmother, all the women before me, they all did it. They never let out the secret. They were there. They forgave. They forgot. They bore the pain for their children and family. We were never a family, Mom. We weren't a family. We were broken. You should have taken us. You should have run as fast and as far as your legs could carry you. We would have been better off on the streets than in that house. But you were weak. And we had to pay the price. Everything is not always black and white. You women of this generation with your modern day ideologies and feminism, all you want to do is talk about everything. Let me tell you, we paid the price for you. We bore the pain so you will have a shot at life. We gave you that voice that you're using to speak so loudly and condescending with. So you don't sit there and judge me. You failed. Okay? And it's fine. It's okay to admit it. You failed. I raised my little girls with a nagging pain and a constant fear of neglect. So paranoid that I might make a mistake and repeat the same cycle. I see it now. I come from a line of broken and subdued women. But it ends. The cycle ends with me. Lord. I forgive you. And I hope that you find healing for your soul as I do mine.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Na 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, dem go beat you.
Na 2,500 I dey pay.
Down, let's say 3 to 4 days after, we were still running around the circle. It was more like we were not even leaving the environment because everywhere looked alike. So I just told my sister, even if we are going to the land of the dead, 4 days is enough for us to have gotten to where we are going. Are you sure there is no problem? Sister said, nothing, let's just endure. And then after a while, she will ask me, that thing you said is true. Even if it's land of the dead, by now we should have gotten somewhere that is close to the land of the dead that we are going to. No. And the funniest thing is, all these things was going on under a scorchy sun. Like, the sun was not friendly, very hot. There are no trees around. Everything is just blank, like you're just seeing only the soil. That sand is the only thing you're seeing. So you're not seeing anything that is going to give you hope. And then to worsen it all, you're seeing bones. If they park and say rest, the only thing you're going to see is probably bones from animals and human beings that have died. Some people will just, maybe like people who like playing, will just put their hand like as if they are packing sand, and then the next thing is bone. They will just scream, hey, see bone, oh. Everybody will run, you know. It was just, now I'm laughing, but then it was very traumatizing. Like, you see weird that there were security persons around, policemen, that's the Niger police, so we are not supposed to pass them except they are not there. So we'll have to wait until those policemen are out. And then I think after a while, those policemen started getting really close. So the drivers left us. They fled for their lives. And then where they parked us was very hot. So we sat there, we were waiting for them to come back. Those security or policemen didn't even come where we were. But then we lost someone while struggling for water. There was no water. The drivers had already left. So I think the man's heart failed. He's not a young boy. He should be like around 50-something. So I think his heart failed or something. I don't even know what to say happened to him. But he was just lying down. Nobody had a clue that the man was already dead. So when the drivers eventually came back, they found out the guy was dead. They just did their Arab or Muslim ritual. Just did something, put their clothes, then used sand to cover the man, and that was all we left. You know, we all cried while leaving. People were singing sorrowful songs. And then after a while, the police caught up with us. But that part too was traumatizing for me because the drivers left again as usual. They started running. This time they were running and asking us to jump out of the hills. They were running with their cars. It's not like they are running, they parked somewhere and left. No, this time they were running with their cars and they were asking us to jump off the car. It was difficult for me to jump. I'm not, I don't know, I'm slim, but I wouldn't say I'm athletic. So a lot of people were jumping out. It was hard for me. So, but at some point I jumped. I didn't sustain any injury as at then. But then when I was running, because of the nature of the place, there are thorns everywhere. The thorns kept piercing my leg and everything. No sandals. We already lost our bags in the car. I was just running alongside people. So the kind of race was, people are running towards this direction. As they are running back. people are running towards this, you join these ones. You know, everybody is trying to escape, but the security persons had already surrounded everywhere, and then with armored cars, I wouldn't have an idea if they were asked to shoot anyone, but they were shooting kind of to threaten us to stay in one place, but people were still running, so the shooting continued, didn't stop. So while they were shooting, at some point, they are not shooting like randomly, like maybe releasing bullets often, but just once, just like that. So a lot of people were running towards a direction. I joined them. Anywhere they are running towards, I joined them, just like that. But then, at some point, my sisters already left me. I don't even know where they ran to. The guy that was supposed to be taking care of us also left. So I just stood somewhere, and then I said, if these people are going to kill me, let them just kill me. I was crying, like, God. I was crying seriously. I was saying, just kill me. If I just remember that moment, I'm like, God, if I could survive that, there is nothing that God can't save anyone from. I was crying. I was saying, just shoot me, just kill me, let me just die. What kind of suffering is this? I was crying, and then the guy stopped. And then he was like giving me signal to come closer, come closer. So when I got closer to them, the man said, enter this place. I entered. He gave me water. That was the first thing he did. So it was like, don't worry, no problem. So when he said that, don't worry, no problem, I just felt like, okay, then why is it that they are now chasing us? Is it like they want to save us? Is it like they want to help or anything? So at some point, they had to join in taking us to the police station. They brought books, we started writing our names. Everyone, write your name, write your country, write your name, write your country. Everyone, people were just writing their names and country. We did the same. So they brought us together. And then they told us, okay, they are going to take us somewhere. And then that's where we will sleep for the night. My country, there's suffering in my country, there is this in my country. You know, a lot of people were saying their reasons for traveling. He wasn't asking personally, he was just asking the entire people who were there. And then they were filming it. So majority of us had to cover our face so that we don't get captured. But some people were really vocal, like saying so many things before the man addressed us and told us that he's been to Nigeria severally. And then he's been to most of the African countries too, that we have food. A lot of us have good shelter, particularly Nigerians. He kept hammering, particularly Nigerians, there is good food in your country. I've tasted this, I've tasted that. You know, he mentioned most of the meals, and then he told us that there is no cost for this kind of traveling. Do you even know where you're going to? Do you know if it's worth where you're going to and all of that? Then they took us somewhere. They put us together in a particular environment. And then a few days later, they came to tell us that we'll be leaving back to our country. So there was rumor everywhere. People were saying, I pity people that will go back to Nigeria. I just pity people that will go back to Nigeria. The kind of suffering they will go and suffer. Police is already waiting for them. My brother called me, said that there is news that they are bringing back people, that police is waiting for them. They will arrest them because they traveled without documents. So we were all scared. And then we decided to run away, majority of us. So at night, while the security guards were sleeping, majority of us started jumping out of the fence, and then somebody brought an idea to open the gate, you know, some kind of dubious act, which is not actually good, which wasn't good for us. But because of the kind of rumor, because of the kind of things we heard, we joined, everybody left. You know, we're still hiding. It's not like you're leaving and you're just coming out to say, I'm going, no. You're hiding from place to place, hiding until we got to a particular house. When we left, we got to a particular house. We were about 6 of us in a group now, no longer I and those my 3 people. They were with me. Those 2 sisters, that guy, the 4 of us were complete as at then. And then 2 other guys joined us. So the person that owned the house agreed to keep us in her house for that night. And then I think her husband came back and asked who where. She told the husband brought a driver. So none of us had an idea that we were sold. So the man sold us to the driver. None of us had an idea. We just thought the man helped us first. Then in that their family house, we met their one of the sisters that had already gone to Italy before. The lady told us she can't speak English, so she had to use diagram to express herself. She gave a sign of water and then a sheep on the water, and then she told us how she was working there. She was washing clothes, that's probably doing dry cleaning or something like that. I don't know what she was doing over there, but me, I just assumed she, and then I told my sisters that means maybe she did house help work over there. So we had fun with them because they were nice people. I didn't figure out if they were among the people who bought us, but they were nice to us. They gave us food. That was the first place where I had to brush my teeth, have my bath, you know. It was a good treatment for us. So throughout the 4 days we were in their house, they treated us nicely. And then after a while, the driver came back. And then the driver told us that in a few days he will come and take us. This thing was already summing up to like 3 weeks already within the desert environment. A few days later, he came again and then he said, oh yeah, get ready. You'll be leaving this night. After a few hours, he came back in the night. And then they told us, everyone to lie down inside the hillocks, and then they sealed it. So they took us from there, took us to another garage. Then that garage, they had a lot of drivers now. It wasn't just him. So I think he was looking around for passengers, but didn't succeed that day. So he told us to stay in a particular room, don't come out till he comes back. 4 days later, he came back with food. He didn't take us out of there. After like 2 days, he came back again, came back with food. So I told my brothers that the food is not as if it's enticing. This guy has caged us here. Probably something will go wrong. Let's leave this place. So the man and then the other guy that was with us said, okay, let's leave. Okay, so if we leave now, where will we go to? I say, me, if I leave like this, I'll be walking down. I would want to see a policeman. They should take me back to Nigeria. What kind of suffering is this one? This place that they locked us for like 4 days. Not as if the house is very enclosed. That same breeze that was even blowing in the other place was still blowing and bringing sand. So that I'm not comfortable here. They said, okay, let's leave. We left. We met some drivers. Those ones, come. They served food, eat. Don't worry, we will take you. Libya, they are not even calling it Libya. They will tell you Libya. Libya. I'm like, I'm not going to Libya, me, Nigeria. No, Libya, like, their own is, don't worry, we will help you anywhere you want to go to. That particular place you want to go to, we will help you get there, but you can't go back. So I told my brother that these guys, you know, after everything, we spent a few hours with those guys, no headway out. I told them they are not even ready to take us to Libya. I carried my bag. And it was more like that stubbornness was actually what saved us, because I don't even know what was their plan. But I just told my brothers, I'm not staying here 1 minute again. I'm leaving. So because I was stubborn, they said, hey, if we leave you now, who knows what will happen to you? Oh yeah, let all of us keep going. They joined me. The drivers were offended. They were like, come back. We didn't answer. We left until we met these policemen. So one of the policemen just called us, and then my bro said, we are going to Libya. The man said, you don't have, like he was explaining to them, my bro, saying, you people don't have problem. I will carry you to where your brothers are, plenty. And then I figured out, okay, plenty Nigerians. And then I told my brother, if there is a place where a lot of people are, it's better than this place where it's just the 6 of us. So they took us from there to where a lot of Nigerians are. I met a lot of people. I felt a bit comfortable. There was not much space for the 6 of us, but we just had to like manage in that place where they kept us. And then we spent some days again there. So we were waiting for the drivers to come. They didn't come. And then after a few days, the drivers came. So they started calling, like they shared us into groups. This driver take this one, this driver take this one, this driver take this one. So then we were already approaching Libya. So they took us, it wasn't now up to 2 days, we got to Libya. So when we got to Libya, I think it was the border, the driver came down, he then asked us to pay a certain amount of money. He asked everyone to bring a certain amount of money, so that my brother helped us to pay ours, and then they took us from there. After paying that money, they took us from there, they just proceeded into Libya. We got to Saba. The driver called someone. That particular person they called came around, and the person told us that he's going to take this group somewhere. So they took that particular group. They were just taking people like in groups, in different groups. And then from that point, they took us to a particular man. The man is Igbo. So when we got to his house, the man looked at all of us, was like, the guys, this is your room. The girls, this is your room. So in that room where he said is for the girls, I saw a lot of ladies, even people that were younger than me were in that same room. So I was like, how did you guys get here? What is going on, you know? We started talking, a lot of Benin girls, they were just saying, welcome Odisona Jadid, welcome Odisona, you know, Jadid means new person. You know, they were just saying a lot of things. And then at the end of the day, I got bonded to a particular lady that really shared her experience. Happened to be that she has not been able to pay her money. So when I asked her, she said 300,000. So we started getting information from the people within that if you're unable to pay your money, you stay there. So towards the evening of that same day, like around 5 p.m., the man came to assemble all the new passengers. All the new passengers come outside, we came out. He took us to a particular hall, asked all of us to sit on the floor. We sat down. He said, we are welcome. We answered. Me, I was even feeling comfortable, believing that this person is from my place. He's a Nigerian, so he should be nice, you know. So when he was about to tell us what Libya was, the first thing was a gunshot. In fact, for like few seconds, he's giving us just a few hours to give him his money. He paid for. I'm just telling you that you have to pay this money within the space of so and so hours. If you don't pay it for the girls, you walk and give me my money. For the boys, you die here. So the thing sounded somehow. We just had to like beg him, just allow us to discuss. We are from the same family. He said, okay. After a while, then my brother said, please give us your phone. You are begging in tears. If you're even asking for the phone, it's not up to like, they are not giving you to call. They are giving you to just say, I'm in Libya, please call me back. You can't use their airtime to inform whoever you are informing. Sorry. So at the end of the day, if they disturb me again with call, now I go beat you, you know. We're hearing it from our own side, and I was like, is that not bros, this person? Talk to bros. How far? Did they call? He now asked for phone again to reach out to them. So he was able to get to them again. And at the end of the day, the man came with the money. He paid 1 million for the 4 of us, and then took us from that place to his house. From his house, we moved. It's still within the, still in Libya. So from that place to the sea coast, and the sea coast was not very easy for me as well. That's from his house to the sea coast was also very traumatizing. And then at some point, I even had an experience where I was sleeping in a room. In that particular room was mixed with both guys and ladies. So there was this Sudanese that they brought into the room to join us, because initially it was with Ghanaians. So the Sudanese took a part of the room, we took a part of the room. And so in the night I was sleeping, I covered myself because I have this habit of using wrapper to cover myself from foot to head. And then there was this guy that I don't know, among the Sudanese, he came, crawled to where I was, tapped me. I woke up, I was like, what? The guy put his hand in his pocket, brought out 5 dinar. 5 dinar in their money is 500 naira, Nigerian naira, and was begging me like, I could not wrap my head around it. So I just screamed, and then the Ghana guy woke up first and was like, what is happening? You know, they started arguing amongst themselves, and at the end of the day, those Sudanese, they apologized on behalf of their brother, that they were sorry about what happened. Probably he just thought something different in his mind before bringing it, that they are sorry. So the whole thing was migrants abusing migrants, security agencies abusing migrants. The experience was just too hard for me. I had a case where someone was trying to communicate something to me that I should sit down in the vehicle, those long trucks. I didn't understand him. I don't know that GAMS means sit down. I'm just new in the environment. But this man had an idea in his head that any language he speaks or whatever he says, I should understand. So the next thing was, I don't know what he used in hitting me on my head. I was bleeding, and then somebody was saying, sit down, sit down. That's what he's saying, sit down. So I sat down, and then I noticed I was bleeding. And the lady was like, sorry, if I knew you were the one he was talking to, I would have told you to sit down. If you had sat down, the guy will not hit you. And then in most cases, for them to say sit down, they will have to shoot, you know, for you to sit down. At least the communication differences should have been understood by them, but the case was different. For them, when they communicate, you don't understand, they become violent. So it was really hard till we got to the sea coast, spent some time around the sea coast trying to cross, had claimed that in their countries they were professionals, they could help out give birth, they could help her deliver, you know. It was a sad experience. At the end of the day, she died, the baby died, and I just told myself, this one is just a wasted time, like wasted efforts. You're trying to have to, you know, the situation was even very difficult because a lot of people will not even give you their phones to make call. They wouldn't even want you to buy the airtime to make the call. So it was a very difficult one until finally the security agencies came. They arrested every one of us around that sea coast. They arrested everyone. In fact, people tried to escape. Some tried to jump into the water. You know, people tried to run, but wherever you are, they will find you and they will bring you back to the spot. And then they took us to a detention center, Gerian. After a few days, they also took us from there to Tripoli, Terigmata Detention Center. So it was in Terigmata that the International Organization for Migration came visiting, and then some UN agencies, once they come around, they check on us. Whenever they are coming, these Libyan agents, policemen, they will ask us, they will give us so many things. You wouldn't even know if it is the UN guys that brought it, but when they are gone, they will lock us up back again. When they come around, we'll do sports, they will bring us out. It's as if we are enjoying our lives. When those guys are gone, we'll go back to the prison, they lock us up again and all of that. So IOM came, we all filled forms, those who want to go back home, because a lot of people said they are not going. Those ones that didn't go did what they call banamish. You pay, someone pays for you, like someone will come around, pay, yes, kind of bill them, pay the money, take you out of the prison, and then you work for the person. So I almost tried that, but a particular lady, she's from Delta, so she speaks my language. And then she told me that if I pay this money, in fact, she used our language to tell me, Idama Yangoso. That is, if you try this, you just die. And then if I remember that she told me that, and if anyone comes to me to say, I want to help you to live here, I would just tell them I'm not interested. I want to go back to Nigeria.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
A 20-meter cliff, a couple of ropes, freezing cold water, and me trying to cope with all of that. I did make it down in the end, but this outing with a couple of guys really had me testing my limits. And that's precisely our topic this week on Made, leaving the comfort zone. I'm Chris Kober, welcome. We don't want to be bogged down with details, do we? It is the result that counts. Well, sometimes it's the details that unveil an inconvenient truth. Take meat production. We know that for us to be able to slap that steak on our grill, an animal needs to die. Often enough in anything but a gentle or respectful way. Our reporter Kai Steinecke, an avid meat lover, decided he wants to leave his comfort zone and does want to know how the sausage gets made, literally. A word of warning, the report contains scenes some viewers may find disturbing.
Hello. I am going to slaughter one of these animals. They belong to Wendelin Schmucke. He farms sheep the traditional way. His family has been doing this since 1750. His sheep are out to pasture for most of the year. But it's hard to find enough grazing land.
The sheep need about a hectare a day, that is.
A hectare every day?
Yes, a hectare for 700 sheep.
So this whole field is only enough for today. When they've had their fill, the flock will go home to the farm.
I hope the ones that I'm gonna slaughter are going to be bigger.
Oh yes, this one is bigger. It's 6 months old and weighs about 40 kilos.
That's huge.
I had no idea how quickly they grow.
I really don't know if I can do this.
I'm grappling with the fact that we kill animals so we can eat meat, and that I'm going to kill this lamb. First, we have to take it to the slaughterhouse.
Yeah, you really can feel the 40 kilograms.
It's a 10-minute drive, nothing in comparison to the lengthy journeys to the slaughterhouse that livestock often face. Marco Kerr will be by my side throughout the process. He's been a butcher for more than 10 years, and he only slaughters what people bring him for their own consumption. like this lamb that I've bought.
Das ist das Schlachthaus hier und hier wollen wir das gleich wieder machen.
What was it like for you the first time?
Ja, das erste war.
You don't forget the first time. I had to leave the room. It was all a bit much.
Das war ein bisschen viel. Gar nicht so das
Not because of the blood, but the fact that an animal is dying.
Und das wird dir erst bewusst,
you don't really grasp that until you see it. And when it's done,
Gewicht und locker in der Hand halten.
Hold it loosely and then press once.
Einfach trauen. What?
That was it.
Oh!
Yeah.
That's like a real gun.
Yeah.
And now the lamb's head is in the firing line.
All is good, all is good. Oh my God.
Höchster Punkt.
Ja.
Highest point, draw a line. There.
Finger weg.
Take your fingers away.
Nur den Finger weg.
Ja.
So.
On the head and pull the trigger.
Ja.
Knife, slice it through, all the way.
Durchstechen, richtig. Durch.
And again.
Muss mal an.
Oh God, Jesus. That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood.
Das war's.
That was it. It's over.
Hat er's geschafft.
So, how was it?
It's all happening so fast. I think I'll need time to process that.
Super geschossen, wirklich.
Great shot, really.
Wirklich sehr gut.
But that was just the first step. We're still a long way from having any chops or sausages. First, cut off the head, then the legs and the pelt. That's easier than I'd expected.
Das bedeutet dann aber auch
This
so,
isn't mass
ist ja keine
production.
Masse so, ne? Also dann kann ja nicht jeder
Not
immer
everybody
dann
can
halt
get
so
a
einen
lamb
Lamm
like this.
haben, mehr oder weniger.
Das ist so. Das ist so.
That's
Aber
true.
das macht's auch wieder besonders.
But that's
Und
what
das
makes
ist
it
auch wieder das,
special.
da haben wir die
And it's what makes it
Nachhaltigkeitsaspekt einfach
sustainable.
mit drin. Die Leute
People approach the whole thing in a different
denken
way,
einfach anders über das
especially with an
Fleisch,
animal like
wenn
this.
sie's essen, gerade bei so einem Tier. Genau.
We still need to get rid of the guts.
Genau. Einmal über Nacht in die Kühlung, wenn's abtropfen.
Now it's left to hang overnight. That makes it easier to process.
I think what happened back in that slaughterhouse will actually possible because doing this in the masses of meat we eat today is absolutely impossible. But still, for me, I don't really know if I'm ever going to walk into a supermarket again and be like, yeah, I'm going to eat that meat.
The next morning, it's time to harvest the meat we've worked so hard for. Taking the carcass apart isn't any easier, it turns out.
And there goes the shoulder.
Yes!
About 20 kilograms of the lamb are lost in the process, mainly the pelt. That looks great.
Da haben wir's. Dann Bratwurst als erstes.
How about a sausage for starters?
Dann
I'm not going to lie, this tastes really, really good. And I don't feel guilty about it because the lamb had a good life and a good death. And I'm not turning vegetarian, but it's only for special occasions, really. When you slaughter animals like we used to do 100 or 150 years ago, and like we just did, you also need to eat meat like we used to 100 or 150 years ago. That means only a steak a week, and that's it.
Oh my, what a day for a reporter. Leaving your comfort zone doesn't always happen voluntarily. People losing their jobs because businesses are suffering under pandemic restrictions. Now, that's a real problem. But maybe this crisis can also offer opportunities. Entrepreneur Ernest Darko might have some advice for you, even if you're not into large-scale health systems development like he is.
The COVID pandemic has really turned the world upside down. So here are the 5 tips to boost your career in the context of a pandemic. It's really important to focus on things that you're passionate about. Even if in the overall sense of your career, it's hard to find, the thing to be passionate about. I grew up in a situation where healthcare was always poor, clinics were always overcrowded. Halfway through my medical career, I realized that if I really want to make a difference in these types of environments, I needed to be a doctor of systems, not just of people. Many years later, here I am basically running a company that is focused on helping countries fix their systems at large scale. If it's not easy to get out of bed to go to that job or to go do that particular thing I've chosen to do, then I know I'm probably doing the wrong thing. If in particular you're in a career that's very much dependent, for example, on seeing people, and we know that going into lockdown and isolation is the norm, it's definitely going to impact your career or your profession negatively. So do that assessment really quickly to understand whether it's going to diminish or create opportunities for you. If there is an opportunity, try and figure out how am I going to work myself into that opportunity. So if I can now innovate in order to now meet this new demand, yes, I cannot see people in person, but there's this huge demand now. How can I innovate basically to meet this new opportunity? So we developed a screening app, for example, that community workers who are going to do the door-to-door COVID screening could use to capture the screening and the result of the screening in real time. Look at tech enabling yourself, using technology to allow you to innovate, using technology to allow you to meet the new opportunities that are presented by COVID, as opposed to purely being a victim to what COVID has done. So technology can be a game changer in many cases. It allows you to scale yourself up. It allows you to be accessible by your clients in ways that probably might actually be better than pre-COVID. As we've seen with COVID, things keep changing, right? Everything from having first wave to second wave to learning new things about the disease that then changes the policy environment, that then changes the rules. You'll know you're adapting in the right way if you're maintaining your clients, if you're maintaining quality and you're maintaining satisfaction with what you're doing. I know it may sound like a bit of a luxury to be in a position where you can do all of these things because some people may not actually have these options. But to the extent that you can, I think it's important that you do so. And I've seen some amazing examples of people doing this and in fact, not only surviving the pandemic, but actually thriving in the context of all of the challenges that COVID-19 has brought.
But we know the pandemic has been an utter nightmare for the travel business. The global airline body IATA says air traffic this year is expected to be 66% lower than last. So it's been a huge mess for the sector up to this point, and even with bookings slowly recovering, German
over majestic landscapes. It's an appealing prospect for many. Now they're packing up and leaving Bremen. In March, the course was suspended. 700 would-be pilots were left hanging. For Lucas, it's been a very trying time.
They just kept stalling and putting us off. We can't keep paying rent for this flat. We came to Bremen so that I could become a pilot and Svea could go to university. But our time here is now over.
After many months in a kind of suspended animation, would the training resume or wouldn't it, Lukas and Svea made the difficult decision to give up and go home.
We had a plan when we moved here. Lukas was going to complete his training. And now we're leaving again, and he hasn't completed it. It's like running in a marathon and turning back halfway and never reaching the finish line.
Lufthansa, Germany's biggest airline, was brought to its knees by the collapse in air travel caused by the pandemic. It was saved from bankruptcy by a €9 billion bailout. Half its fleet remains grounded.
That the prospects for becoming a pilot are very, very bad right now because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the financial situation of the Lufthansa Group. We're losing €500 million every month. It's our duty to be open to the students and tell it like it is.
Most aviation industry analysts say the demand for pilots after the pandemic is hardly likely to soar. They don't see air travel picking up significantly until 2025. Most of the youngsters who have had to halt their training need a job to get by. Caroline Bösner was in the United States when she heard the course had been suspended. Now she's back living with her parents in Leipzig and working at an Amazon logistics center.
It wasn't easy, but I had to take a pragmatic approach. I knew I couldn't just sit around at home. I had to do something. And it wouldn't be a bad thing to make some money. You don't earn anything as a student pilot. On the contrary, it's more like burning money.
Many student pilots now find themselves in a precarious financial situation. They are by far not the only group of people in need of work, as the pandemic and ensuing lockdown measures shuttered entire industries.
People who worked in tourism or food service are coming to us. They say either they need a job as a stopgap measure or they want to change careers entirely.
Caroline Bösner says for her, working at Amazon is temporary. She's not given up her long-standing dream of becoming a pilot. She remains as committed as ever.
I absolutely still want to fly. I'm not going to give up on my dream. It's anchored within me and it's not going to go away. I flew all over Florida. It was fantastic. And then suddenly I was back in cold Germany. I can't imagine doing anything else. So I have to find a way to finish my training. If need be, without Lufthansa.
200 minimum.
The enthusiasm may be great, but facts on the ground are not encouraging. Lufthansa has recommended its students actually give up rather than wait for the course to restart. If they complete the program...
This sounds to me rather like coercion. If I agree to terminate the training contract, everything will be fine. If I don't and want to fulfill my dream, then a huge sum of money comes due. I don't like that. I think it's dishonorable.
It's quiet and empty at the European Flight Academy in Bremen. This is the first time Lukas Heim has been inside since March. He too remains determined to become a pilot, despite the difficult conditions prevailing right now. Such commitment. Nor does CEO Carsten Spohr have any words of encouragement for the students. He's already indicated that Lufthansa will have no more work for tens of thousands of its employees.
As with all professions and at all German universities, there are no guarantees of jobs in the future. And that is the case here too. Aviation remains a fascinating industry for young people too. But I think we have to face reality. In the years ahead, there are going to be too many people for the jobs available.
2020 has brought dread, distress, and disappointment, sure, but there are exceptions. E-commerce has seen an unprecedented boom. And with people having second thoughts about standing in line at crowded malls, trade experts believe online shopping revenue in Germany will be up almost 20% this year. But my colleague Olaf...
Christmas is what we make of it.
Oh, how joyfully, oh, how merrily, Christmas comes with its grace divine.
Christmas comes with grace in this of all years?
Really?
Krieger, is that you?
Erika!
What are you doing here?
How about a bit of Christmas in these troubled times?
Come on in, we can decorate and we can chat.
You have children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. How many altogether?
I have 3 kids of my own, 2 girls and a boy, 5 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren.
What's your favorite Christmas memory?
My childhood, with my parents and grandparents, and with my kids when they were little, in the Ore Mountains.
And who helped decorate?
Just me.
Alone?
Yes, I start putting up the decorations in early December, but I wait until the 23rd to get the tree ready. Not a day earlier.
No one helps?
I don't want any help.
How about the food?
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
Christmas Eve is lentils with sausages. The next day, potato salad and maybe roast goose with red cabbage and kale from this garden.
From your garden?
Yes. So tell me, Krieger, how is Christmas with your family? Do you spend Christmas at home or do you go somewhere?
I'm going to try to be with my mother, but it might not be possible. She's in a home, and I may not be allowed in. But we hope that whatever the conditions, we can celebrate Christmas and be together. We can make that happen somehow. I hope. But suppose we can't meet up the way we used to at Christmas.
Yeah, if my son comes, we'll sit together with him and my daughter-in-law and my grandchild. And for everyone else, we have the phone.
Our Christmas lights. Suddenly people are so important again. Forget about the presents. Christmas won't be cancelled. It'll just be different. Let's have more light.
Let's have more light. What a splendid idea. That's our show. Thanks for watching. See you back here next week.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's nothing like this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
I don't have one yet because I'm yet to be rich. So when I'm rich now, I will have one. But like this, I can just go. I do freestyle, go to wherever I like. But for now, I don't have any favorite. Now my own mind, I tell you, I know the life for you. It's not like we're on TV. I'm trying to film. I'm just studying my mind. So I don't have any favorite destination for now.
In Nigeria, there are a couple of places in Abuja, a couple of amusement parks in Abuja. I usually, Wonderland. Couple of nice spots.
Since I stay in Lagos, so my first destination is like Landmark Beach. This is one of the most favorite of mine. And then this landmark destinations, landmark park. I mean, it's pretty good. It's unique, you know. It's well designed, and I think it's quite well known in international for international occasions. And I think many people will know it later on. Yes.
Landmark is cool. I like Landmark. Everybody loves the sun, like beach sun and everything. The surroundings is very well.
And the girls?
No, I don't know about the girls. I'm not a girls guy.
So what do you like, guys?
No, I like girls, but I'm not like, no, I don't do everybody that much.
Yeah, Lekki Conventional Center. It's chilled now. I like their overhead ropes. Yeah, that's why. It's cool.
Obodo Katuran.
And why is that?
I've seen pictures and I've heard a lot about it. I think I'll go all through the cable car,
where I like Whispering Palms at Badagry. I like the place. It's serene. They have cool things. I like the place.
So far, I would say the landmark has been pretty good. We just got some cabanas, so my whole family will be here. So it's a nice atmosphere, peaceful, not a lot of crowds. So that's why we like it over here.
I'll say in Lagbo Resorts here.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's nothing like this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
The APC convention is an indicator of success in 2023, says President Muhammadu Buhari. And Governor Nyesom Wike of Rivers State declares for presidency and says he has the capacity to remove the APC from power. This is Plus Politics, and I'm Kofi Bertels. Welcome. The ruling All Progressives Congress held its elective national convention on March 26 to March 27, 2022, ahead of the 2023 general elections. During the convention, over 70 national officers emerged, with Abdullahi Adamu, former governor of Nasarawa State, becoming the national chairman of the party. Adamu emerged after 6 other aspirants had stepped down. Speaking on the event, President Muhammadu Buhari noted the unity leaders and members of the party demonstrated at the convention on putting the party on a firmer footing for victory in the 2023 general elections. The president had stated that the media was peddling what he called fake news of division within the party, when what exists in the party, according to him, is unity, cohesion, and personal warmth. These were his words. He also blamed the main opposition, People's Democratic Party, for trying to divide the country and leading to all manner of separatist agitations. Now, joining us to discuss the All Progressives Congress elections and, of course, other developments is the chairman of the All Progressives Congress in Cross River State, Alphonsus Eba, joins us via phone. Good evening to you, Honorable Alphonsus Eba.
Yep.
Okay. President Muhammadu Buhari has said that the media was peddling fake news as far as the internal wranglings in the People's Democratic Party is the All Progressives Congress, sorry about that, is concerned. Do you agree with him? I reckon you do. So you tell us how the media was peddling fake news. Honorable Eba, can you hear us, please? All right, we seem to have a bit of a network connection issue in getting across to our guest, Honorable Alphonsus Eba. But please stay with us. I will try and put him on the line in a matter of seconds and to have that very, very interesting conversation. As we said, the All Progressives Congress held its elective national elections, a convention right there in the nation's capital, Abuja. A lot of reactions coming to this. The president blaming the media for peddling fake news. Of course, we're all aware of what happened with the chairmanship, or let's call it the caretaker chairmanship of the party, with Governor Mai Mala Buni of Yobe State having to, cut short his medical trip to Dubai to travel to the United Kingdom, where President Buhari was also on a medical trip to confer with him. And of course, it was the president who came to his rescue, and that's how Buni was saved. And of course, we now had a smooth and unified national convention. Not just that, also the secretary of the party, Senator John Akpan Odoere, was also under fire as well. We have, I'm glad to say, Honorable Alphonsus Eba back on the line. Good evening to you, Honorable Alphonsus Eba.
My pleasure to be with you.
Thank you very much. The president has blamed the media for peddling what he called fake news of disunity in the APC. What do you say to that? How did the media peddle fake news?
In law, there is what we call res ista loquitur. The fact speaks for itself. I am sure came out more united, and I must tell you this, and you can take it to the bank, and you will get it in all currencies, that APC is not only a united family, but we are ready for the task ahead.
Honorable Eba, you're the chairman of the All Progressives Congress in Cross River State, and I'm sure you're aware of the internal issues of the party. Wherein lies the fake news? What the media does is simply to report what happens, and we know what was going on what happened when Mai Mala Buni, the chairman of the Caretaker and Extraordinary Convention Planning Committee of the APC, left the country to go to Dubai to see his doctor. Of course, we know that the Niger State governor tried to assert himself as the substantive caretaker chairman of the All Progressives Congress. Senator John Akpan Odoere was kicked out. So would it be fair to blame the media for peddling or us peddling fake news?
I am sure that documents speak better than oral assertions. Mai Mala Buni, when he left for medical attention in Dubai, he transmitted a letter to the effect that the governor of Niger State and other members of the caretaker were going to act in his absence. What the media tried to do was only a figment of their own imagination. There was never a time that a little differences in terms of interest ever graduated to become a stump. Yes, agreed. the build up to the convention, people were divided along different interest lines. However, all that came to be buried on the night of 26. We woke up yesterday under a new canopy of a party that is very united and very strong. And it has been celebration from home to home.
Okay. All right. Let's look at the emergence of the new national chairman, Abdullahi Adamu. He's a former governor and a former member of the National Assembly. Some would say you needed to have a fresh face to show the fresh direction of the party, a new direction of the party, maybe someone younger. What would you say to that? Because, of course, Adamu is one of those who's been there for some time now.
The emergence of a man like Abdullahi Adamu and in the person of Abdullahi Adamu is the best thing that happened to our party. Don't forget, we are trying to have a meeting point between the old and the young. You are speaking to a young man who is described as one of the youngest state chairmen today in the country. My emergence was not also without any rancor and disagreement and disapproval of so many persons. Oh, you are too young. Oh, you are this. At 46 and a half, people said I was young. And I was too young. At 60-something to 70, people say Abdullahi Adamu is too old. Whatever you do, people will always talk. But again, like I told the national chairman yesterday, I say, Your Excellency, sitting in this place from morning till early hours of this morning without blinking your eye, I am sure naysayers have been proven wrong. The capacity we always see in you, today the world is watching and seeing us. That man did not just never blink his eyes. He was moving around very strong and has kept so strong from that Saturday till early hours of yesterday, through the afternoon and even evening receiving guests. That is what you need. The name of this man is Bridge Builder. He earned that name many, many years ago after he left as governor of the state. Only recently, he became the chairman of the APC Reconciliation Committee. To us in the APC, it is for him to return back and complete that work of reconciliation and taking us to the proper next level, which is progress.
All right, Honorable Alphonsus Seba, chairman of All Progressives Congress in Cross River State. Some people are insinuating that Abdullahi Adamu, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, former governor as well, was imposed on the party by the leadership, particularly President Muhammad Buhari and those in his circle. Do you agree? Of course, I don't know. I would be surprised if you do. But what do you say to this as a ranking member of the party, that this was not the will of everyone in the political party and that this man was imposed?
You see, what you call imposition, if you check the dictionary meaning of imposition, it is completely different from the political meaning that is being given to it. What we try to do in our party was to aggregate all the different shades of opinion, all the different interests. Don't forget, before we zoned, more than 15 persons came out to indicate interest around this election. When we went into zoning, the number reduced to a marginal level of about 6 or 7. When the sales of nomination forms started, it further reduced to about 5. It became clear, like all the governors, the senators, the rep members, and all political leaders in respective communities, from the polling unit to the ward, to the chapter, to the state level, will always have who they want as their interest to be either their ward chairman, their chapter chairman, or state chairman. When we graduated to the national level, it was only wise for us to say, Mr. President, who do you want among this whole person? And the president said, I want all. But in my thinking and estimation, you had given an assignment to Senator Abdullahi Adamu, His Excellency. For us, it is for him to go back and complete that work. So as much as I want everybody here that is running, I would prefer that the man that has unconcluded work should go and conclude it. That was not imposition. Okay. The governors came together and saw reason with that. And that was how we all surrendered to that view. It was a popular opinion, and it became the interest of the day.
All right.
And everybody had to drive the consensus process. It was not an imposition.
All right, all right. Honorable Alfonso Eba, Chairman of the All Progressives Congress in Cross River State. Are you there, sir?
I am with you.
Okay, fantastic. Now, the People's Democratic Party has refused to keep quiet about this national convention and, of course, the emergence of Abdullahi Adamu as the chairman of your party. Don't forget the current PDP national chairman, when he was elected at the PDP's convention, threw a challenge to the All Progressives Congress to try and hold a national convention, which your party has done. But they are saying that the former governor of Nasarawa State, who is now your chairman, is tainted with a history of corruption. And that what your party has done is simply impose somebody or brought in somebody who has a record of corruption, or with, rather, the anti-corruption agency, EFCC. The PDP put out a statement to its national publicity secretary saying the imposition of Abdullahi, a man arraigned in court on not less than 149 counts of alleged fraudulent award of contracts and stealing of public funds estimated at 15 billion naira, and they're saying you brought this man in as the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, thereby telling the entire Nigeria that your party celebrates corruption. What do you say to what the PDP is saying?
Anyway, when a party that has a chairman who in his own testimony had before now made a confessional statement, made an admission to be a super juggernaut of corruption. I am talking about Senator Iyorchia Ayu, who told the whole world, and it's on record, that he collected 345 million from the then National Security Advisor, Major Dasuki, as consultation fee to support His Excellency Goodluck Jonathan, knowing clearly that that was money that was meant to procure arms to fight insurgency in this country. And that money was stolen by the chairman of PDP. For a man like that is lacking in character, in content, in conscience, to make an allegation against a man who has not been proven to have committed any act of corruption.
Honorable Eba, are you saying the PDP might be corrupt? You're not just the only corrupt party or the only party that has people who have questions to answer regarding corruption, but also, so are you saying you are both, you are not worse than them? Is that what you're saying?
I did not hear you well. You say what?
Are you saying, oh, well, we have someone as a chairman who is tainted or who has questions to answer regarding corruption, but so does the PDP. So you are saying you are as corrupt as they are?
I have not, you did not get me. You did not get me to learn very well. I said allegations may have been made against our national chairman, but they remain unproven. They remain in the realm of allegations. But the national chairman of PDP, Senator Iyorchia Ayu, in his own admission and confession, told the world that he stole 345 million.
Excuse me, but did he tell the world that he stole? Did he use those words, I stole? Has he been convicted by any court of competent jurisdiction?
It is in his testimony.
All right. You are criticizing the People's Democratic Party, who had released a statement criticizing your party, saying that your party is a corrupt party for celebrating corruption by appointing Abdoulaye Adamu as your party chairman, or electing him, as you said. But if you're pointing an accusing finger at the People's Democratic Party, what about the fact that out of all those who were appointed, or elected rather, as members of your party holding key roles, a lot of them are former members of the People's Democratic Party? For instance, Abdoulaye Adamu, the man we're talking about, who is a national chairman, was in the PDP. Iyolo Mishore, who is a national secretary, a new national secretary, was in the PDP. Festus Fuanta, who is a deputy national secretary, was in the PDP. F.N. Nwosu, who is a national welfare secretary, was in the PDP. Mustafa Salih, who is a national vice chairman, Northwest, was in the People's Democratic Party. Muazu Bawa Rajau, a national vice chairman, North Central, was in the People's Democratic Party. You're pointing fingers at Honorable Eba. Nze Chiduru, who is a national deputy national organizing secretary, was in the People's Democratic Party. Ahmed El Marzouk, who is a national legal advisor, was in the People's Democratic Party. Uguru Matthew Ofoka, national treasurer, was in the People's Democratic Party. Betta Edu, national women leader, was in the PDP and criticized and lashed the APC during the NSAS protests. And finally, Abubakar Mekafi, who is a national auditor, was also in the PDP. What is the difference, Honorable Eba, between the PDP and the APC? Or should we now call it the APDPC?
I think your line of question is different from the submission you are giving. In fact, if you want to follow the line, I was myself a member of the PDP. Today I'm in APC.
So what is the difference?
No, get me right. You said the PDP spokesman came out to make an allegation against, do not have the moral fiber to stand to make any accusation or allegation of fraud, because himself has admitted and has confessed to have stolen money that was meant to use and procure arms.
I think we had moved on from that, because I did say, and of course I did say that whilst not trying to take away from your point, because of course you said it's on record, I need to check, but I did say that Iyorchia, you had not been convicted by any court yet. But talking about the People's Democratic Party, I asked you what's the difference between the APC and the PDP, because you have not less than 11 members of your national executive committee, your national working committee rather, coming from the People's Democratic Party. Now, you yourself, as a chairman of the party in Cross River State, you were in the PDP. I do wonder where the likes of, well, let me not go there, but
are the people that make a party. It is not those parties that make the human being. Today, myself and the likes of all those that have moved from the PDP, we have moved because there are tendencies, there were practices in PDP that we could not live with. And so we have only come to add voices, to add our strength to making the APC the party that is going to be the dream of what we have always had.
But what is the difference between the PDP today and the APC today? Look at the names I mentioned. I've not even talked about the state party chairman like yourself.
We are talking about the gathering of progressive minds. That is the difference. The APC is a body of progressives, people that are set and concerned about the development of Nigeria.
Honorable Eba, you yourself, Honorable Eba, you yourself a few months ago were attacking the APC. What changed?
Check my record and tell me what I have attacked the APC about, and let me know.
During the 2019 elections, didn't you attack the APC?
I never attacked the APC. I attacked the people that were running the APC in Cross River State. And I did my best to only market the candidates of my party. And do not forget, I was head of mobilization for the campaign. So what I was doing was not to attack party, but to sell my candidate.
All right. Very quickly, just in a sentence or two, What does the emergence of a northern chairman of your party mean going forward for the presidential primaries of your party and the discussion on zoning? Very quickly, please.
What it brings to the table is that we have a culture that the moment you have a chairman of a party from the north, invariably, the presidential candidate of the party will come from the south. And that aligns with the aspiration of all Nigerians that power should shift to the southern part of Nigeria. Whether it is going to be the south-south, the southwest, or the southeast is another kettle of discussion for another day.
All right.
But the APC has given a clear direction ahead that power is coming to the south.
All right. All right. All right. We'll come back to that particular issue for a part 2 because I'm sure it's still a discussion we need to have. Thank you so much for your time. Honorable Alphonsus Eba is the chairman of the All Progressives Congress in Cross River State. Ms. Eba, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure.
We'll take a short break, and when we return, we discuss Governor of River State, Nyesom Wike's declaration for the 2023 presidency.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Welcome back. Governor Nyesom Wike of River State has declared his intention to contest the 2023 presidential election, insisting that he has the capacity to confront the All Progressives Congress APC and win the election for the People's Democratic Party. Wike made the declaration during a consultative meeting with stakeholders of the Benue chapter of the PDP at Government House in Makurdi. He told the stakeholders present about his ambition and solicited for Benue PDP votes in the coming National Delegates Convention of the party, even as he stressed on zoning. The governor of River State also wants stakeholders not to sell their votes but to give the votes to him, while adding that some of the People's Democratic Party presidential aspirants were only after power in order to amass personal gains. Let's go over to that event, and we will roll the tapes to see what exactly transpired at the Government House in Makurdi, Benue State.
For you to remove this APC from power, see, my mother told me, when a madman flocks you, don't run. If you run, the madman will pursue you. If you flock you, take stick, but flog the madman. That the madman will, this is very painful. Then the madman will start running. This APC, they require people too who will tell us enough is enough. And I'm that person that can tell them enough is enough. We must take. No, if you're running election, there is a dash power. then they take power. All these people want the re-election. If they support me. To do what? I've come out. I'm going to take this power from APC back to PDP by the grace of God. God has given us what it is, and that's why God is making APC to make mistake every day. That is how you know God is with you. So I'm begging all of you here, Abamoro, Suswan, Senator, spoke well, members, chairman, don't go and sell your vote. Don't go and sell your vote. Give me. Because I'm the only one that can have the capacity. APC people, when they hold meeting, they say, look, don't enter Wike's problem. They must enter. And when they have entered...
Mr. Punaboy Nkutare, he is a former special advisor to the governor of Rivers State on media and publicity, talking about Governor Nyesom Wike, and a former spokesperson of the People's Democratic Party in Rivers State, Darlington Orji. Gentlemen, good evening to you and welcome.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. All right, let's start with you, Mr. Nkutare. What is your reaction to this revelation by Governor Nyesom Wike? He's finally spilled the beans, basically saying that he wants to be president of Nigeria in 2023. You can see them in his him in his red cap. What's your view on this?
Well, first, let me say that it is his constitutional right to have my strong reservations. And what are those reservations? There are certain qualities you need in a president. Governor Nyesom Wike is one man that is impervious to criticisms. He is one man that is lewd with his words, especially the use of lewd words and language. A man that does not control his temper. And for a president, you need this courteous public personnel that will serve as a coat of armor, protecting your anger in public. He's not that kind of person. And in most cases, he goes beyond the bounds. For example, if you do a thing or say a thing that is adverse to his interests or he finds inimical, rather than address the issue, he is going to abuse your family, abuse your father, and abuse your mother. That attitude smacks of depravity on a very serious note. That is not what you want from a president. And it's more surprising. I expected this from President Buhari, given his military background. But after that mistake of Dasuki, where he said the court has no right to admit Dasuki to bail when he is guilty, which we all condemned, I don't think he has really come out in the open to exhibit his military background. This is completely lacking in Governor Nyesom Wike. Let us also use the issue of the Edo State governor, for example, and his deputy. At no point in time did the deputy insult him when he spoke. He ventilated his views with anger, and that was in the Edo State. If anybody should get to Rivers State, come to Rivers State to dictate to PDP, Wike won't broke it. He will not tolerate it. Now, the Delta State governor, whatever it is, the deputy governor, was expressing his misgivings. Wike took it up. The next thing is, who is your father? The man never mentioned anybody's father. The governor responded. He reacted again. In such a vulgar manner. That's not gubernatorial. And that's what he was going to take to the presidency. You see, these are the issues we are talking about. You must be able to tolerate views, no matter how inimical those views are. And as a leader, you choose your words. You choose your language. You must select the right word from the word basket. You engage in intellectual discussion. You disagree. Like my brother in the studio on the other side now, I'm talking of, rather than I am better than Atiku, I am better than Bukola Saraki. You are asking, is your father's business, how many are still surviving? Why do you have to drag families into this? It's quite discourteous and highly disrespectful. That is not what we want in politics. You must be courteous, decorous in politics. These are the issues.
All right. Mr. Kotara, interesting points you've made. Of course, I've taken note of most of them, if not all. Darlington Oji, you are a member of the People's Democratic Party. But before I come to you, Mr. Kotara, you were okay. You were a spokesman for special advisor on media and publicity to Governor Nyesom Wike when he became governor in his first tenure. You know, the first few years, you were his first...
You were in Port Harcourt then.
Of course. And you battled me. You battled me on air whenever we talked about...
Because you breached the professional ethics.
I didn't breach the professional ethics, but we'll talk about that some other. I don't know what I did to breach it.
We agreed. No.
Mr. Kotaria, I do not know what you're talking about. But this is not the forum to discuss that things because you don't have time. However, you were the first spokesman for Governor Wike. Are these things you're saying based on your personal experience with him?
What is personal experience? You are talking of what is in the media, even on your station. So it does not do with personal experience. My personal experience with him in office has nothing to do with the public. That's purely official. Even if he had said, Opnabo, this or that, that's between us. If I'm upset, I'll tell him I'm upset. And the Excellency, I didn't like what you said. But we're talking of public now. We're not talking of personal experience here. Any experience you have with your boss should remain with your boss.
Okay, let's bring in Darlington.
These are statements that we have made in public.
Okay, let's because of time, let's bring in Darlington Oji at this point. Darlington, Opunabo Ngotaria, whom you know very well, has said Governor Nyesom Wike lacks the character to become Nigeria's president. He also says that the governor of Rivers State cannot tolerate opposing views and is a serial abuser of other persons. What's your response to this?
Well, thank you for the privilege to respond to some of these issues. Unfortunately, I am not here to join issues with my brother there because he has been a member of our party. He has had his shot. The issue why he was disengaged is not a matter for debate as it stands today. If not, he understands that at the time I was the spokesman of the party, so he should know that I was close to the system and I understand. Kofi, let me tell you that the declaration of His Excellency...
I was not disengaged, please. I was not disengaged.
Don't worry, can you allow me? I don't want to talk about that, please. If you can allow me. My dear brother, I can tell you that what has happened is a triumphant entry into the polity of Nigeria. And the question is, why should it be that since His Excellency, since yesterday, the governor has made his intention known to Nigerian people? People are running all through the looks and crannies of Nigeria. Now you talk about the character of a man. I don't understand, like as Opnabo is sitting down there, when I call him a bully, I don't know how he's going to react to me, if he's going to absorb it or take it in good faith. Not everybody will take that. You know that His Excellency Governor Wike is not a man that you can discuss when you are not certain of what you are saying. Now, talking about whether he has the character and charisma and capability to carry Nigerian nation, my dear brother, the answer is yes. How? Rivers State is a mini Nigeria. My brother there can understand and agree with me. This is a state where we have different people from different tribes. Boundary neighbors do not understand themselves, yet we live and do businesses together. Under his watch, we have been more united than ever. A man has shown interest like others have shown. What is the problem? We have a contest to make. I am not talking about the general election. The most important thing now is the internal election for a candidate to emerge, where we are putting all we have to the table
Let all our brothers come together. At the end of the day, when he emerges or any other person emerges, then we cannot begin to discuss. I don't want to believe that now is to deform the character of any person. Otherwise, everybody has what they will talk about him. But Kofi, let me assure you that His Excellency, this is entrance. My brother Oknebo should agree with me here that in 2014/2015, when we started campaign, it was like an impossible mission. People never believed that Wike is going to make it. First, the story was as a state minister, is he going to resign? He resigned, and we saw it. He contested with 27 Kalabari aspirants, and he defeated them. This is a man that goes for what he wants, and he understands the cry and pains of Nigerian people, and he's here to provide solution to it. If he can manage Rivers State, my brother will agree that before today, Rivers State was unbearable for investors. Rivers State was unbearable for commuters. Every day, kidnapping, left, right, center, oil theft, and all of that. A man took the bull by the horn to say, no, under my watch, because I took an oath to protect the lives and properties of our people. Okay. Therefore, I must go all out to see. For instance, how could it be in a system where the court will give a court judgment and you choose the one to obey and the one not to obey? You live in your country. A lot of investors will begin to come and key into your economy.
All right, investment into Rivers State. Some have pointed out that there are not many, companies that have come into Rivers State to invest. Quickly, what do you say to that?
No, it will not be correct to say that. If he has not created a proper economic status for Rivers people, how does our GDP rise? We know what we met in 2015 when we came on board, and we know what the GDP is today. The IGR is growing on daily basis. Why? Because Wike has given investors in Rivers State assurances to do business. He has stopped outing.
The top most first removed. Let me claim that party ticket first. Then
of general election. Also, the Vice President, Yemi Osinbajo, lauded the founding members of the party for forming a political